and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Possess all your dreams. A demon preys on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Thank you for joining me wherever you are. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Now please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are playing Distraint. But first, let me take a look upon my chat and see what's happening. Oh, Nekio with the first. Well, I'm pretty sure Nekio is not here anymore, but thank you and congratulations, Nekio. Now, partially, he's not here because he's also streaming, but not leaving my chat, no. And also because he took the first right in front of Schmoozer, which is not a good idea as far as I can tell, so maybe Schmoozer is right now planning how to hunt poor Nekio down. But let's hope he survives. What's next? Oh good, welcome in. Good, it's so nice to see you. I read the notification too fast and went, Dread better not be playing with Distraint. You know, it's funny. If I imagine a game or a movie, horror movie, called Distraint, I either think it's something really old, like set in ancient Greek times, or something really quite modern, and that's why it's spelled this, because you know, the hip kids like a slasher, teenagers trying to rizz up each other, and then comes the taint. Oh, that would be an interesting kind of low budget horror movie. I'd watch it. Thank you for the daily check-in and the hydration schmoozer. As always, I have a wonderful cup of tea, but today it is still quite warm, so please get yourself something to drink. It's really important to stay hydrated, especially in horror games, because the more blood you lose, the more you need some extra hydration. You'd think, but every game is a horror game if you try hard enough. That is so true. I certainly agree with that, because, well, even if you're playing something innocent, if you have the right mindset, you can always turn it into something twisted. And if the game is difficult, well, you don't need to do much, just like how I'm struggling with Distraint again. I honestly don't even know how many times I have played through this game, and I'm still missing a trophy, but I will find it today. Oh, you will not escape me like that, you little trophy. You try to hide, but I will find you. Oh, a deluxe Distraint. Exactly, this is the deluxe edition. Nothing but the best for my viewers. Also, this is, I do believe, the only edition available, but let's not get lost in the details. I would never hunt a baby down. I really quite like how you worded that, because you didn't say your baby down, meaning that you look at Nekio as a baby. Interesting. I may or may not have beer today. Well, I heard beer is really good for washing out the body. So, hey, that's nice. Keeps your system nice and clean and well hydrated. I remember what you have to do for it. Just tell me if you want an advice. Now, actually, there is one thing that I would like to ask you, Schmoozer, because recently I've been trying to figure something out. I think someone slipped through the digital cracks and somehow broke my counter. And I do believe you have some information about that. You see, just a few days ago, I mentioned to Link that I have one more emoticon that I so foolishly misplaced, but finally I found it. It was at the bottom of one of my drawers. However, I don't have a free slot to activate it on Twitch. I have 5 subscriber slots for emoticons, and I use all of them. And so I said I would need to unlock more in order to add more emoticons. And I checked that I need 10 subscription points for that, meaning, as far as I can understand, the convoluted systems on Twitch, I need 10 subscribers at the same time in 1 month. And I had 2. I clearly remember that number. After that, Link, as you can see, they are the recent subscribers. They were ever so kind and generous that they not only subscribed to me, making it 3 points, but also gifted 5 subscriptions to random members of my community. And once again, thank you so much, Link. If you are still here, good, please give my regards to Link, and also be sure to tell them that they are such a beautiful being, and I so thank them for their kindness. And thank you, Schmoozer, for gifting a subscription to Good as well. Cough cough. I didn't quite get to my question there, but well, we have a new emoticon slot unlocked, hopefully. So thank you so much, Schmoozer, for spreading the love here. But I still want my answer. So, with the 5 gifted subs, that makes it 8 points, right? And so I wanted to actually write a post on Blue Sky that if anyone would like to subscribe to me, then they can help me unlock this new emoticon slot, which would be amazing. And I would need 2 points. However, yesterday I checked, and Twitch told me I had 9 points. And so I got worried that I might have missed someone subscribing to me, which would be abhorrent. I mean, I at least have to thank them. That's the bare minimum. So I checked everywhere, and I couldn't find any traces of a subscription. Not in my stream, not in my chat, not in the activity feed. However, I dug down deep enough in Twitch, and I found a list of subscribers. And on that list was a wonderful schmoozer. And right next to her name, the date was October 6th. Now, for those who are listening and are not lost in time like I am, they will know that October 6th was exactly 2 days ago when I was streaming. So based on Twitch's informations, Schmoozer subscribed to me 2 days ago somehow without me ever getting a notification of it happening. And as such, I would like to ask Schmoozer what happened, because I would love to know. Were they able to somehow sneak behind all of the systems and subscribe? Resubscriptions can be silent. I see. Well, maybe resubscriptions are silent, but you still deserve my thanks for the subscription. Thank you so much. I could have informed you for it, but I prefer not to. Well, I still greatly appreciate it, and I want to thank you. And I wanted to ask, because I really could not understand why there was absolutely no traces of this subscription. How dare, exactly, as much I respect privacy, if you support me, you deserve that I tell you thank you so much for your help. Now, let's see. A random word, looking glass. Oh, what a lovely word. No, actually, it's quite an old phrase. And what's interesting about it, for the longest of times I had the wrong definition for looking glass in my mind. But actually it means, if I'm not mistaken, a mirror. But let's check just for the record, because we always have to double and triple check everything. The looking glass is indeed a mirror. It's a noun, and I don't even know where this word comes from, and I cannot really find any etymology. That's a shame. However, I see that it was first used in 1526, so it's a really, really old word, but I love it. With a 6-month and a 12-month, I will send the information in the chat. Don't worry about it, I just wanted to ask, because this was kind of the first time that happened, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss someone. As I said, that would be absolutely unforgivable. However, because of your kind gifted subscription, now in theory I reached the 10 points that I need. So I will go and look at the emotes, and indeed I have one additional slot, so I can upload a new emoticon. However, I do not have to do that, because would you believe it, I already have it uploaded, and in theory it's already live. Let's see if it works. No, I'm not sure about anything that I'm doing technically, so that's more of the rat's job to understand the technology behind how anything works here. Let me see if it will appear. Is it here? It's not here. And here comes the question. Why? That's a dangerous question to ask, but sometimes you have to ask the difficult questions. Ah, there it is. Just took a moment, but there's the new lovely emoticon once again, drawn by the amazingly talented and skilled artist Link Brary, who once again deserves a shout out for their amazing work. If I can manage to write their name correctly. Indeed. So thank you, Schmoozer, for helping unlock this new emoticon slot. And with that we have 6 emoticons for every wonderful subscriber. And indeed this emoticon was made to immortalize my constant struggle in games being lost, because that's something I do a lot. I really can get lost in any game, and especially after I played the Doom games that are some 30 years old now, and I could get lost in those old games. I really felt like from that point we can only go down, and I think I've proven myself again and again that indeed I can get lost pretty much anywhere. I don't think any kind of map or GPS can help me. It is just how it works. Oh, the little story is becoming longer and longer. Once upon a time, the Dreadist was lost. Scanning his map, he was uncertain where he was. But then He glanced up from the page and saw a shiny golden trophy. There it was in the distance behind a suspicious bush, but he did not care. He went closer. He was greedy, and so he could already feel the trophy weighing down in his hands. So he grabbed it with both hands, grasping it firm. Oh, the trophy could not go anywhere. And that moment, as he tried to pick it up, the mousetrap activated, and it hit him right on the tail. It was a painful sensation, but he did not give up. He yanked it out of the trap, and with a painful back, he was victorious. Orientation like a meatball in a salad bar. Yes. Yes, I feel like I'm out of place sometimes. But that's how monsters are. Ouch, not the tail. Well, that's how the story goes. I can't change it. I mean, I come up with the story, but once it's said, it is said. There's no going back. Unfortunately, that was the day when the Dreadist learned that not every trophy is worth the pain. But hopefully today's trophy will be worth the pain. Because you see, once upon a time, a long time ago, I purchased this game for dirt cheap because it was discounted, and I thought, this is a lovely little horror game. I can play through it quickly. One stream, maybe two. We will have all the trophies. It's an easy experience. And so I played through the game and I got some trophies. Not many. Not even half of all of them, I think. And given that the game is pretty linear, I started to wonder if my original idea of this being an easy platinum was incorrect. So I replayed it again, and I got some additional trophies, and I started to understand that even though it is a linear game, there are certain times when you can inspect additional items or try to combine certain things that will not progress you in the story, but give you a kind of hidden line in the game and reward you with a trophy. And so I replayed the game again, thinking, okay, I know how the game works. Now I will find all the trophies. And I think I found one or two, and I was still missing two. One, the platinum, and one, the rarest one of them all. And so I replayed the game again, and I got nothing. Even though I tried every possible combination that I could even just think of. It did not matter if it made sense or it didn't make sense. If it didn't make sense, I actually preferred it, because the more outrageous an idea is, the less people would try it and hopefully would get me the trophy. But nothing. I will be honest, I don't even know how many times I have played through this game on stream. But today, I have a clue. Because Schmoozer, getting probably a bit tired of me trying every single combination through a 4-hour-long stream, that was probably closer to 5, decided to check up on a guide. a wise idea if you're not as insane as I am and not as stubborn, because oh no, I will not look for any help. I will find that little trophy myself and I will snap it on the... So, she mentioned that we have to save an item, which might sound like a really quite puzzling hint, but given the game, I pretty instantaneously understood what I might have never done, even though it feels pretty much impossible that I never even misclicked, but who knows, maybe. So this playthrough will be either really short or extremely long. No idea. However, I would like to take this moment to clarify something, because it is in my rules underneath my stream. However, I know that once someone joins the stream, once they read the rules and then they don't necessarily see if it gets updated, $20 on it will be long. Oh goodness. She knows something that I don't. So, the thing is, I have a rule not to share any kind of spoilers. Now, in this case, I don't necessarily care if I get this trophy partially because of a hint or not. But overall, I would like to ask all of my viewers not to spoil anything, because I feel like that both for the streamer and the viewers, you can only experience the game once, especially if it's a horror game. You can only solve a puzzle once. You can only figure out something once. And I don't watch certain games, streams, videos, whatever, because I don't want to spoil it. So when I play it once, I don't know when, in the future, my reaction will be genuine, because I think that's important. Especially with horror games, if you already know what will happen, it's not the same. And I do the same with trophy hunting, because I find it interesting, as much as sometimes you really get stuck and yes, you need to look at a guide and hopefully you exhausted all of your options and you will read the guide and say, okay, it's a good thing that I read the guide, because there's no way that I would have ever read this thing or found this item or tried this idea or whatever it is. Sometimes it's really silly and you just forgot about something. That happened with me in Resident Evil Village. I was just silly. But overall, my rule is, if you don't know the game and you are just using the information that you see on my stream and you have maybe a theory about what might happening, you have an idea, you have a tip, of course you can share that, and I really appreciate that, because everyone thinks differently, and that is what makes people brilliant. That maybe I see something and I think something completely different, and then someone else comes in and says a theory that's logical, but it's from a completely different perspective. And I really like that, because games are art, and art can have many ways, and many can be understood in many ways to be precise with the grammar. So, with that said, let's see if Schmoozer's hint works or not. I'll test the theory about the not the same if you know it already, because tomorrow I redo a horror game for trophies. Oh, that's nice. I have to join in. I also love that Schmoozer recently started to care about achievements in games, and she didn't really do that before. And I want to believe that's my bad influence. Now, I will just skip through most of the text because, again, we are only going for one trophy. Maybe, just maybe. A maybe is nice. It's a good start. So, as I mentioned, in the game, you can interact with certain objects. You can observe them. For example, you can knock on these doors and you will get a little conversation. And through these interactions you progress in the game. Now what is happening right now? The main character called Price is looking for an old lady who's unable to pay for her home, unfortunately. And I do believe she is in the middle apartment. Now, I had many ideas what I could do. Most of the trophies I got because I played through the game and because I tried to use certain items on certain environmental objects, let's say it nicely. So for example, let's say there is a closed door. Normally you would need to use a key to open it, right? But why not let's try a piece of raw meat? And so if you combine these, well, mostly insane items, then you might unlock a few interesting trophies here and there. Now, that worked for all the missing trophies except for one. Now, I had ideas that maybe, because Price is quite unlikable based on the story, I thought there might be a hidden good ending. But I couldn't find anything. There is no way, I think, to stray from the narrative in this game. Then I thought maybe I have to play through the game without dying. There's not many ways really in the game to die, but you can, so I tried. At least I think I tried, and I played through the game and nothing happened. And I even thought about not saving in the game and playing through the entirety like that. And I will be honest, I don't remember if I've done that, but I don't really think that's what the game asks from us. And this right here is a save point. As you can see, the game says Distraint does not auto-save your progress. To save your progress, be sure to find and visit save spots. And as such, here you have to save. There's no way to not save here, as I know. You can save as many times as you want, it will not give you a trophy, unfortunately. Now, Schmoozer said that I would need to... Hello there, sir. I would need to save an item. So I think the idea is that I need to find an item. I think the first item you can get in the game is from this bathtub. You can get an ice cube. And you have a small inventory of 4... No, my bad, 3 slots, and you can choose the items. Now, if you are on an empty slot, then you interact with items by observing them, right? Just like how I looked at the door. If I hold an item, however, I can try to combine that item that the character is holding with whatever environmental object I can interact with, in this case the bathtub, and our dear protagonist will say, I won't put it back there. Alright, now after you get an item, you can also interact with the environment again and get a new text. For example, here I don't need another ice cube, and I tried... But you are never a bad influence. Politic is a bad influence. You see, trophy hunting is quite a deep, twisting rabbit hole of madness. Because you can start by saying that I will just look at the trophies or achievements. I'm a bad influence, welcome Inzef. You can say that you are playing the games that you want and you just take a look at the achievements. And then you can say, alright, I will try to get as many achievements in the games that I play as I can. And then you're like, I'm only missing a few. I wouldn't normally do these things in the game, but I really like these games, so let's get 100% completion. And then you do that. And then you see a game with easy achievements, or many of them, and then you're like, oh, maybe I should give a try to this game. Not even for the game, but the trophies and the achievements. And then, maybe... a really, really late night, your delirious mind tells you, what if I would try to get every achievement and trophy in a franchise that I like, in titles from a franchise that I would never normally play? And that's where I am now, because I played some Resident Evil games, and I really, really like those Resident Evil games. But then I said, I could try to get all the trophies of the entire franchise, right? Right? And so I played through Resident Evil 2, the remake, and that game I like, but I'm not sure that I would have spent the time to get the 100% with the Hell of a Sheriff trophy, if not for the trophy, because that part was a bit difficult. And then I played the third one, and I'm still have to finish that, but I played through that game on one of the highest difficulties, because trophies. And then I played through the multiplayer of Operation Raccoon City, a game no one plays these days almost. I played reverse because I knew that the servers would be shut down. Normally I would have not played a multiplayer shooter Resident Evil game. I played... What else did I play? Maybe not more. I want to play the multiplayer part of Resident Evil 3, which I do believe is called Resistance, and that's also a multiplayer game that I would never play otherwise, so it can take you into odd directions, but I like trophy hunting. It's a thrill. So if you enjoy it, that's great. Between you and me, I just replay some of them because I'm a bit out of horror games. That's okay, because I think sometimes you can get to see parts of a game that you might have missed when you replay them, or you already played them, so you know how the story will play out, and you can start catching little hints in the game that normally didn't seem really important. And also with the trophies you can find parts that you missed entirely. So I always say, if you like a game, look at the trophies and the achievements, because they can highlight parts that you would never really use. For example, how I do believe in Little Nightmares 2, I got a trophy for calling 6 a number of times, whereas I never really cared about that possibility. I just pressed all the buttons when I was I was out of ideas, and I got a trophy, and I was like, hey, that's great. Why is the Resident Evil? That's a really good question. And I know it's halfway a joke and halfway a serious question. The ratio might be different, but that's something I cannot answer. I know that in Japan, the franchise is called Biohazard, not Resident Evil. However, Capcom, when they released the game in the rest of the world, they kind of realized there's no way to trademark the word Biohazard, because it's just one word. And so they needed a name. And I think someone in the meeting had this idea, Resident Evil. And they just liked it and went with it. Maybe the idea is that the first game was in a mansion, and the residents of the mansion, that's evil. Or maybe it is more like the evil that is inside of people. So it might be how they turn into zombies, and that brings out some evil part of them, or how the scientists are evil in that game, or Umbrella, the corporation. I always think about how the one of the developers, I think of the original Resident Evil game, went on to create a new franchise that was called The Evil Within. And it's kind of the same idea with the name, it's just twisted around a bit. It was a clever thing from them. Because the 8th part is a village. That's true. Even though I still think it was a silly idea to drop the numbers, because they have from 0 to 6 numbered, and then they released Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, which is interesting. That's a mixture of the two titles of the game, one from Japan, the Biohazard, and one from the international Resident Evil. And so when I saw that they made the title Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, I thought they want to combine the two and they will make the franchise have the same name everywhere. So maybe they would turn it into Resident Evil even in Japan, or somehow make Biohazard their trademark everywhere. And that was kind of like a transition point to show the fans that the game will have a new title. It's a bit like how the Yakuza games were changed to Like a Dragon. And interestingly, that never happened. I'm not sure if that was ever their plan or not, but they stayed with the separate titles, and then they called the next game Resident Evil Village. Even though that is Resident Evil 8 Village, and I know that in the logo they use the letters to write out the Roman numeral 8. But why I think that's silly is because if you are new to the franchise, then how would you know that after 7 you have to play Village? And those stories are connected. And now they make once again a new mainline Resident Evil game, and it will not be called 9. So I'm a bit confused why they dropped the numbers. My original idea was that they didn't want to scare away newer players, because you see, oh, there are already 8, I won't play all of them. And you don't need to. But I still find it odd, because there are so many titles in the Resident Evil franchise. I don't really think anyone can figure out what is connected with what. Because let's say you play Resident Evil Revelations, and then you see that there is a game called Resident Evil Revelations 2. So you think it's a sequel. Guess what? They have nothing to do with each other. They are completely different stories. So it's technically Resident Evil. Yeah, Evil Residents. They like to rage bait. Maybe. Maybe that was the thing. Piss off the players and they will talk about us. Rage bait and hate is the best to gain attention. In that case, I'm not sure why there were news about Capcom being unsure about a remake for Resident Evil 5. Because controversies. So that would make headlines if they presented it the wrong way. Like the Persona games, I don't know the Persona games. I think they are numbered, but they are not necessarily connected. But there are many games, many games, many longer franchises where it's like, where do I start? What's the next game even? Is there a game? Because, I mean, let's look at Little Nightmares. You play Little Nightmares 1. It's not called 1, but that's the first. And then you're like, okay, so now I play 2. But 2 is a prequel to 1. And now we will get 3. And so far no connection to the previous ones. And I will always say the pinnacle of confusing franchise titles would be Kingdom Hearts. Even though I have never played even one, but I watched like an hour-long video about what the right order is to play them. And my thought process was, if this question needs an hour-long video to be answered correctly, I think the titling might be a bit confusing for most. That was my idea of it, and I can more than understand if it scares away some players. Because in a way, a lot of time has passed since the 90s. There are multiple new generations of gamers who never heard about those old games, and they are not as ancient as I am. And imagine that they see Resident Evil 2 getting a remake, and they wonder, well, where is Resident Evil 1? And then Silent Hill 2 gets a remake. Where is Silent Hill 1? What is this obsession with remaking the second game? And I understand that those were the, I wouldn't say highlights, but what skyrocketed those franchises. And you don't necessarily need the first games. With Resident Evil, it kind of adds to it. With Silent Hill, as far as I know, the second is a standalone, mostly. So you will understand the story. But if you look at the title only, it's like, why am I starting with the second game? At least what I like with Resident Evil, they made the prequel to the original game called Resident Evil 0. So at least I know, even though it was released after the first game, it takes place before it. Which is an idea that I think games should really follow. And also, before I forget, thank you so much, Zev, for the daily brick. I greatly appreciate it. And to those who might not know, I'm really happy that Zev is here. They were feeling a bit down and sick recently, and they weren't streaming so much, but today I caught their stream, just a bit of it, and I'm really happy that they are back to streaming. A really nice game it was today, a kind of cooking game. The name, don't ask me, it had a confusing title. But if you ever have the time, please take a look at Zev's channel. So there's the title of the game. I'm not trying to even attempt to pronounce it, but they played that. So the next prequel of Resident Evil 0 should be called Resident Evil -1. You see, Schmoozer, that's it. That's the beauty of madness. That you had this idea, and you made this comment as just a fun remark, right? But the Japanese, they take this fun remark and they say, you know what? We should do that. We should absolutely make something that is titled -1. And would you believe that the brilliant Japanese studio made a movie called Godzilla -1. And I have to say, when I saw it, I was slightly confused about what this numbering is. But it is a terrific movie. I absolutely adore that movie and respect the people who worked on it. I think, in my opinion, it's better than any Godzilla movie that was ever made outside of Japan, and I actually liked the recent American Hollywood Godzilla movies. But -1 is so brilliantly made and it's serious, and I loved it. There is a -2 too, at least for fans. Oh my goodness. You see, that's the beauty of numbering. You start somewhere, that's 1. If you want to go back, well, make 0. -1, -2, whatever, you can go back infinite many. And hey, if you have an idea, but it takes place between 2 movies, well, just add a half. Use fragments. And at the end of the day, you will have Godzilla Pie. And it works. And I love it. And it's odd, but it makes sense. You don't have to start thinking about where this thing chronologically fits. It's right there in the number. Love it. And that's something I like when developers and directors and anyone working with media and art, they dare to be weird. They embrace it. They say, hey, this might be an odd idea, but let's go with it. Let's see what will happen. And now, let's see what we can do with this ice cube. New player in the Resident Evil franchise in 50 years. So you tell me I have to play the whole games in order of -9 till 10? Yeah, makes perfect sense. I remember back in the day, around the time Resident Evil 6 was the newest. To those who might not know, that was the most action-packed of the games, and people started joking about how it's not really survival horror anymore. And I watched a parody. There are so many great parodies of those Resident Evil games, and I saw a parody where they said, oh, Resident Evil 10 will come out and it will take place in space, and Leon Kennedy is shooting zombies in space. And at that time I wasn't sure if that would happen or not. We went back a bit to the roots of the horror roots of Resident Evil since, but who knows what Resident Evil 10 will be like. I certainly have no idea, but hopefully I will be there to stream it. So, if I come back here, I can save. You see there's that lovely exclamation mark above Price's head. But let's say that I hold the ice cube and save. Nothing happened. So indeed I was correct in a way that I found it unlikely that I've never tried to save while holding an object. Even though I think there is no time in the game when your inventory is full. So there is never a moment when you couldn't inspect items and only can combine. But I come here and yeah, nothing happens. So if I need to save an item, literally, then it's not the ice cube. Or the other way we can take the hint is I need to hold on to an item, so save it for later. However, the problem with that, I don't think there is a chance to do that, because you find only items you need to progress in the game. I think there's only maybe like one item at the end in the graveyard that you don't discard. Maybe it's the crowbar. So now I'm holding the key. And I save and nothing happens. So what I can try to do is look around and try to save with every possible item that I find. Is that what I need to do? No idea. I know that I tried using every item on every environmental part that I could. However, here, for example, it's interesting, I can't go back, because Price says I'm not going back, so I can't go back to the save spot with this book. That's interesting. Was it a question to me? Well, be it. Am I on the right track here? Don't try to scare me, that doesn't work. Let me see. Schmoozer will look into her glass bowl. Saving with an item in your hand is the right track. Alright, so I got that one right. Now, given that I can't go back with certain items, or I can't reach the save spot with certain items, that kind of limits what I'm able to do, but certainly I wouldn't try to save with every item in the game. Doesn't much make sense, so I can see why this trophy would be rare. And that's something that I always say. When you are looking for a trophy, you don't know much, but you know how rare it is. So let's take that into consideration. If something is obnoxiously easy or obvious, then most people would do it and the trophy wouldn't be that rare. I'm doing a Genshin. But that's kind of a magical world, so I mean, here's the thing. And it's funny. The random word that was redeemed previously was looking glass, right? And that is a mirror, because it's a glass pane that you look into. And there's a song on my song lyrics redeem list that says, I'm looking at you through the glass. And I always thought that meant in the song that someone is looking out the window and they see someone. And for the redeem, I looked it up, and it turned out the writer of the song was actually watching TV back in the day, And the glass is actually the glass of the TV. So he meant that he is watching through the glass of the TV whoever is in the TV. So in that way, when I say that you look into your glass bowl, you're kind of looking at the glass screen, even though it is true nowadays the monitors are not much made out of glass. But hey, if you are watching my stream maybe on a tablet or a phone, well, you are looking at me through the glass. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, 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 yes. I had enough of you three already. Thank you. I'm on a journey. I'm on a journey to get a trophy. Not even one, but 2 trophies are at stake here. So let's see if we can get that. Now, to make it a bit more interesting, what I will try to do, I will do every combination, right? But I will try to first think about what item would make sense for saving, and I will predict whether or not I will get the trophy for that specific combination. Why? Honestly, why not? It's just fun. So let's see. Oh, I know what this is. I got a bit confused here, but I don't have an item here, so all I can do is run. Why? Because of the title of the stream. There's an elephant in the room. Yes, well, it's a saying, but here it's quite literally here. It's interesting that in this game, the elephant symbolizes the guilt of the main character Price. Why an elephant? I'm not sure. Why a zombie elephant? It kind of looks nice. And speaking of zombie elephants, I do believe there was a Resident Evil game that I've never played that had a zombie elephant in it. Would you believe that? Now, let's see what we can do here. Again, we have a save point. And the first thing we have to do is make some coffee. Now we have the coffee pot. Let's try to save with the coffee pot. I don't think this will do anything. Okay, this didn't do much. Then we need to get water. Not from the toilet. Getting toilet water for our coffee is actually a trophy, but I've got that before. Oh, there's no water here. Great. It's kind of interesting how I thought about getting water for coffee from the toilet before I thought I could maybe save with a specific item in hand. Every man deserves a cup of coffee. I mean, I'm not against the idea, but I prefer tea. Now, can we save with this? Yes, we can. It will not do much. Not surprised. Put the water here. Watch the telly. Except it's thundering. Yes, shouldn't risk it. You get coffee. But I prefer tea. I know a lot of people love coffee, but I will always say that a nice cup of tea cannot be beaten. What about latte? Latte, as far as I know, and no, I'm not quite familiar with the many types of coffee. I think it contains milk, right? I think that's latte. Not only latte, chai latte. Well, this is the moment when I have to make a decision. One, I attempt to appear like I know what that is, or I admit I have not the slightest of ideas. Now here's the thing, I can act to a certain degree, but I feel like I would fail this role, so please enlighten me, what is that? Because it sounds like an odd mixture of green tea and latte. I hope that is not the case, but let's hope. Let's hope that it's better than it sounds. A chai latte is a hot, spicy and milky beverage made from spiced black tea, chai, mixed with steamed and often frothed milk and typically sweetened. Okay, let's try to unpack that, because that was a lot. So this is a latte that has no coffee in it. I mean, that kind of sounds nice to me and offensive to a lot of coffee lovers. Spiced black tea. That's interesting. That sounds nice so far. I never tried spicy tea, but hey, it might work. Mixed with steamed and often frothed milk. Without the milk, I would try it. I'm not a big fan of milk, I have to say. I'm really picky with my milk consumption. But otherwise, it's an interesting amalgamation, I have to say. It's a latte without coffee in it. Well, thank you for sharing that with me, because I never heard about such a thing. Unfortunately, milk is part of it. It's the latte part, yes. Latte is for milky, yes, I know. And the coffee is gone. Indeed, that is a part of it. Well, I might try it once with the right kind of milk. But now, this is the second day and we have to do our job and hopefully get a trophy. Can I go any faster, please? No. Fine. Alright, we don't have any items here, but let's save, because why not? Here it is. Okay. I know everything will be logged, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, apparently Price has to check that it is logged before he can move on. You get pure milk then. I'm not sure if I'm happy suspicious about that. Pure milk. What does that mean, pure milk? Do you have contaminated milk, perhaps? Suspicious. I'm getting bubble tea right now. That's wonderful. You more than deserve a nice bubble tea, finally. Just milk. Okay. That sounds safe. Oh, and donuts. Oh. What kind of donuts are we talking about? Are they covered in something? Maybe they are filled with something? What kind of donuts? Share with me. Can I have one too? That's lovely. Now we have a key, so let's go back to the save point and try to save with the key. Now. I have to say, I really have to say that I am quite amazed with Schmoozer and Zeph right now. Not only the kindness and the generosity here, but Zeph has a bubble tea emoticon. I mean, they really came prepared. That's nice. It's been almost 2 years since I had a bubble tea. Not sure, I got like a small bag of stuff that would otherwise get thrown out. But got it for cheaper, that's nice. A little treat from the shop, I'm assuming. You said that you go to this shop a lot, or coffee place, so I guess that's why they gave you such a nice gift. Okay, let's try to save with the wood. I don't think this would make sense. How do you survive 2 years without bubble tea? I don't know. That was so honest there. I don't even know how I survived. It's interesting to me because I think when last time I was around in the human world, so more than 10 years ago or so, bubble tea wasn't really a thing. And now I hear about it all the time. But because I'm stuck in my realm, I never had any. And I have no idea why people are ever so obsessed about it. Now, let's try to save with the wood here. I have to save my wood! That could have been a dirty joke, but apparently the developer decided against it. Especially because this is... Well, I wanted to say that this is early morning, but no, the sun is not coming up, it's going down, so it wouldn't be morning wood, my bad there. Okay, now I need some kindling, I do believe, and I need matches. With yogurt? Interesting mixture. Now, where's the kindling? I will find a way there sooner or later. I played this game like 5 times so far. It's Look, I have a lost emoticon for a reason. Okay, where's the toilet? Where's the toilet? I don't need it. That's where the save point is. Maybe because bubble tea is mostly made with a lot of chemicals and sugar. Ooh, that sounds delicious and deadly. Nice mixture. And sugar is somehow addicting. I have no clue why, I'd say as I take a sip of my possibly heavily sweetened sweet tea. This monster has to run on something, and the last thing I have in my shop is sugar. Lots of it, because I like sweet tea, so that's what I live off of. No, it wasn't the lighter or matches. Now we need the kindling, and I think I will find that in the bedroom. Sugar is good. It's needed. Some, yes, some is needed, but not as much as most people probably consume. Oh no, the firewood is moist. And by the way, latte is German. In German is also a synonym for bone. Alright, we are stopping right here, right now. I don't care. So, Zeph, please, would you be ever so kind and tell me how that slang came to be? I would be ever so happy to learn about it, because somehow I don't see the connection. Shh, too late, schmoozer, too late. I'm all ears. Enlighten me with your knowledge. I always say that whenever you are learning a language, learn the parts that are important to you. Don't try to learn how you need to behave on a meeting if you are just going there as a tourist. Because a wooden board is called a latte in German. And morning wood. I think you get it. You know, that actually makes sense. Though there are two questions that I have about that. First of all, why a wooden board and not a wooden rod? Just asking. Not trying to be nitpicky here, but, you know. The other thing is, if latte means board, like wood, then when you go into a cafe and you order a latte, a German person would think of a board, or the pronunciation is different. I'm pretty sure it's different. But same for the German word for tail. We pronounce them slightly different. Okay, then it's all good. Alright. Well, that means let's go and let's try to find a German dictionary. Do I have a German dictionary? Not sure. Whatever. We use what we have. Okay, latte. How do you say that? Not the cafe latte. That's another one. Now not this one. Not English to German, German to English. Come on. I'm sorry, we are taking a break. and learning. You have me and Zev, yes, but you can't tell me the pronunciation in writing. I mean, you could try, but that would be really difficult. Okay, so latte means what? It's a feminine noun. Okay. Uh-huh. Quite interesting. How do you say it? So it's not a latte, it's a latte. In theory. Is that correct? Hopefully. The coffee has a stronger pronunciation on the E at the end. Well, let's check with the Google Translate, because again, always use multiple dictionaries. So your dialect can be as diverse as mine. Maybe don't do that. I use American and British English so interchangeably that I can't even believe people can understand me. Okay, where's German? Not Dutch. Not Dutch, German. German? Okay. No, it's not in English. Silly Google. All we have to do is teaching you the sound of the letters, and this is enough to teach you how to pronounce German. That's how they learn the kids reading. Oh, really? Wait, that would imply that every word in German that contains the same letter in writing has the same pronunciation. So it's not like in English how an E can be an I or an Ö or really anything in between. And usually you know through context and grammar which one is meant. I'm more and more interested in this German language. Though I find it questionable how useful learning boner within your first 10 words is. I mean, I'm not sure. Just learn German, totally easy. Yes. Zev, we should stop when Dread starts to learn German. I'm not sure. I might. But you know, I know if you are trying to learn a language, what you need is a lot of examples. So watching something, listening to something, reading something. And now I'm here thinking, what media contains this word? And I have two ideas. One, I start watching German woodworking videos, because that could include it. But I'm not much of a handyman like that. So the other option, and maybe the only one remaining for poor old me, is to start watching German porn, which I've never seen before, I will be honest. So I have to ask the people who are in the chat who speak German How good is German porn? What would you say? 1 to 10. Or ask German streamers you know to pronounce. Yes, but that's just one pronunciation, you see. If you really want to learn the diversity of the pronunciation, you have to hear it from many different people. But this is quite terrible in a way, because from now on, if I ever in my life order a latte, I will remember that with a slightly different pronunciation in German, it means morning wood. And I will chuckle every single time I order a latte. And that is my fate now. And I love it. Okay, let's see. I don't watch porn, I read. And I read in English, because German dirty talk is cringe. I love that. I love how everyone kind of dislikes their own language. I'm not sure. Or maybe just English is that much different. True. Okay. Well, let's see. Nah. This did not work. That's how I feel every time I hear latte. Great. Great, I'm not alone. Okay, let's get the paper for kindling. Let's try to save with the paper. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Let's try to save with the matches. No. Imagine I worked in a cafe and they loved chai latte and latte macchiato. Well, you would be cheerful all the time. I guess. I can see the co-workers being like, yeah, this new employee, she's always giggling whenever someone orders a latte. She might be a really cheerful person. I also avoid saying tail in German. Interesting. Though I find it interesting that in English, this double meaning of tail doesn't really exist. Okay. Okay, we did this. I kept my mind clear from it. You are a strong one, schmoozer. Yeah, I prefer saying wife. Oh, so many weird letters after each other there. Alright, now I know I have to check this one. No, this wasn't the right one. I need the logged door. I came too far, didn't I? I think I did. I know about the non-existing double meaning of tail. Oh goodness. That sounds like experience learned firsthand. Okay. We can check the bathroom and we can check the dog bed. And then we can ask what happened. But first, save. Why? Don't know. I'm not holding anything, but it's a good thing to do. And also, a bit of an update on my Twitch page is that I linked my Chrome page. You can see a little banner underneath my stream. And I also added, let me check if it's working. I added not only an emoticon showcase tab or panel where you can see all the emoticons that you can get by following and subscribing, but I changed my stream schedule panel. So now it tells you in your time zone when my next stream will be and also what game I will be playing. Quite amazing. Let me see. A perfect vampire was confused. Why read and said my tail is the smallest? I understood because of the German meaning. Oh yes. Nah. What do I have to do? Oh yeah, I have to talk to you. Skunk. Yes. Okay. And now I have to go to the locked door. How can I get lost in a house that is made up of 3 screens? Don't even ask me. Oh wait, I know what I'm missing. The bathroom. The bathroom... It was a bit long ago that I played this game and I remember scraps, but not necessarily how those scraps are connected. Don't worry outside there, you are gorgeous. I still think that enemy, which is not even an enemy, is absolutely gorgeous. I don't remember which games have enemies with split open heads. Kinda reminds me the Ivy zombies from Resident Evil 2, but I'm trying to think of something more bloodied and human. I remember in Resident Evil 5 you have these beetle-like humanoid enemies. Oh, they were so annoying. Thank you for the hydrate. My Wi-Fi is bad. Meh. Oh, that's no good. Well, I guess that means only one thing. You have to put down your phone and you have to enjoy your bubble tea and your donuts. Never! It's interesting, really, to me. I'm sorry, not really, but that's the polite thing to say. Yes, I stand by that with really every kind of situation. I often feel like, and I actually had a lovely conversation about this yesterday, that there are so many social norms that even though on the surface level they sound nice, they make conversing with others so convoluted and in many cases meaningless. Like how, and this is the case of on Twitch and live streams and everywhere, that you join a stream and people right away will ask, how are you doing? And that happens in real life all the time, right? Everyone asks, how are you doing? And half of those people don't really care about the answer. They just know that's the thing you say when you meet someone whom you know. And you find yourself in this situation so often, you say, I'm fine, because that's the thing that you have to say. If you're feeling good, you still say fine. If you feel terrible, you still say fine. And it bothers me so much because it takes the meaning out of the words of the conversation. And I have to go out of my way to actually tell people, hey, I actually care about the answer. So don't tell me I'm fine. I don't care about that answer. I want the real one. And that's why I started to actually not ask people when they join my stream how they are doing. I mostly say, how's your day going, or something like that. Which is slightly different. And again, people learn not to complain. But I feel like if you have a bad day, you can say that. It's not like, oh, you have to be happy 24/7. That's not true. Yep, it's a social riddle. Yes, it is. I don't know if it's a German thing, but I usually say fine and then tell a bad thing that happened. That's interesting. That's actually quite interesting. 5618. Okay. I stop after the I'm fine if they are interested. They ask further. Yes, but that's the thing, that in certain cases you can tell that someone asks you the same question and you haven't even finished saying I'm fine, and you can see that they do not care one bit, or they just walk past you and you just kind of say I'm fine, and oh, where are they? Oh, they left. Okay. It's odd. To me it would be much less rude not to ask me than ask me, pretend that you care, and obviously show that you don't. I have an odd relationship with questions. They stress my social phobia. Both with getting asked and asking. Oh, I see. Best option is arson. Yes, but that's again, if you... Let's say you ask me if I want to commit arson. That implies that if I say yes, then we will have a fun time. So don't just leave me in the middle of me answering, because that would be rude. Now, gasoline can. Do we have to save a gasoline can? I don't think so. Nah, that doesn't make much sense. There is this fun trophy that I actually unlocked, and I remember Schmoozer was here, when you have to get the attention of the dog, and normally you do that by getting the glove of the owner, and the dog will recognize the smell. But you can try to use this gasoline can and try to get the dog to smell it, and that gets you a trophy. Don't ask me why. I know, interestingly, some people like the smell of gasoline. And I think there were studies about how it can be linked to certain addictions. I never quite understood why gasoline has that smell. Yeah, not the glove, wouldn't make much sense. I like Twitch, I always can spam a silly emote and people spam one back. Simple. Yes, that's a way to have a conversation as well. And I find it interesting because if you look at how communication changed, really back in the day, you spoke in person, and then maybe you wrote a letter, but a letter is quite formal. It has a structure that you have to follow and all that, and I still do that to this day. But then things kind of got more and more advanced, and you had the telephone, and so the conversations were changing already, because you could talk to someone who's not present, and that adds new questions, right? Because if you're in the same place, you obviously know where you are, what's the weather like, who's around, what's happening. Like this, no, that's not it. And there is this old joke, old people know this, that back in the day, if you called someone, you never asked, where are you? Because you knew they are standing in the kitchen, because that's where the phone was. Nowadays, that's like the first thing you ask, like, where are you? Because you have mobile phones. And more conversations became less formal, more informal, which is interesting. And then came the email and text messaging and chats. And in chats, I would say there isn't a structure, but it still has a kind of rule set. It's just a bit alien to me. And it's interesting that with emojis, you can communicate because they are symbols. They have some meaning associated with them. Now, obviously, it's not as detailed, maybe, as writing a paragraph, but it's one symbol, so what do you want from it? And sometimes I see when people make entire conversations with only emojis, and I find it fascinating. I rarely ever use emojis, actually. I still like the old school, like 90s, I would say, emojis where you actually type them out, like the semicolon and the brackets for a winking smile or something like that. But it's really interesting how quickly you can communicate in chat or with messages. Let's say you get a message asking you, do you want to go somewhere at a certain time? And normally you would say, yeah, I will be there and all that. And now you just send a thumbs up. And that is kind of like agreeing to it. That's a yes. I don't really know actually if the thumbs down is used for the opposite meaning. It would make sense, but I would assume it's not as frequently used. It's not as popular. But it's fascinating how words are turning into symbols and back. Let me see. I don't know what Schmoozer is implying by that emoticon combination, but I'm certainly not peeking at Nekio. No. I have in real life friend who I mostly communicated in emotes per chat. That's fascinating. I trained 2 of my sisters to do it. Oh goodness. And then we have, I think that's a Pokemon bot. And that's where you start thinking about like, what does that mean? That's a creature shaking its butt at you. I remember calling from the home phone, hated it. Me and my brother both are doing something on our laptops when we call each other, and sometimes there is silence for half an hour. Oh yes, yes. I have done that in the past. When you are talking to someone and you are both working on something and you don't say anything, but you kind of know that you are doing it together. My father sends a thumbs up at like everything. Well, I'm happy to know that he is supportive. But he writes text messages like emails. I do that. I do that to this day. I go to Discord servers, mainly the official Discord servers of games, and if I try to get some information, I write out full-on formal emails. I do that all the time. I guess it's a bit off-putting, but that's my style. It's a Trumbo from Real Rimworld. Oh! Oh yes! I knew I saw it somewhere. But I couldn't quite put my finger on it. But I saw it in your stream. Lovely creatures. I don't think I was ever a Trumbo before, but maybe next time I will try to get my name on one of them. Maybe I won't die so soon then. Yeah, but he texts me as if he is writing an email. Maybe I should start messaging people on Discord starting with dear name. I wonder what would happen. I rarely have Trumbos, they are hard to tame. Well, that's a perfect fit for me. And now here comes the saddest part of this game. Not the granny, the fox. And no, under no circumstances am I calling this dog a good girl for killing a fox. Quite the opposite. Go. Even though it does seem like a bloodhound. I mean a bloodhound, a kind of dog, and it makes sense that that they would want to hunt. Yes, I found her. Wonderful, thank you. Alright, so we finished the second part as well. And would you believe that? We still have no trophy. What's that bird? It looks like a bird. Metal horror. I do like it. I do like it for sure. Okay, here's a save point. But I don't even have a inventory. So yeah, that's about that. Don't worry, it's just a nightmare or something like that. Yeah. Now that's a scary thing. Certainly worthy of a screenshot. The dreaded day when you need to wash all your dirty clothes. Oh, yeah, and Granny. Actually, we never learn whose Granny that is. You know, Schmoozer, that combination of emoticons works suspiciously well. You should probably show that on Nekio's channel. I'm absolutely sure that he would appreciate it. But guess what I did? Ow, Zap! I would like to just mention how odd it is that you decide to imply that you want to pull my tail right after you explained its double meaning in German. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate? Ow, my poor tail. Alright, now let's get to the next day. Well, with the double meaning and the movement on tail pull. Yes, yes, Schmoozer. And Schmoozer gets to have a tail? I mean... Schmoozer has a tail? I mean, she said so. I think. Yes, 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 I will go to the next place as well. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, there it is. Now, do we have any item now? Yeah, talk with the dead parents. It's normal, everyone does that, right? I'm not necessarily sure, but hopefully. Who doesn't talk to the dead every now and then? I don't want to drink that. Wanted to pick it up. Well, apparently I can't. There's nothing here. I can save, but that's it. Okay, well, I have to get dressed and go to the most twisted place in this game. The nursing home. I still love that the reception is called Deception. Now, one thing I thought about, if I need to save a specific item, as it seems like I do have to, then I would assume it's some special item. Something that holds value, something sentimental. And because this entire game is about the value of humanity and human life, I would think that Mrs. Goodwin is the one who, in a way, needs to be saved. We know that she dies by the end of the game. And there is a mention that she has a bunny. And I honestly thought we would need to do something with the bunny in the game, but that never happens. And I don't think we ever even see the bunny. So I can't save the bunny. But maybe I can save something related to her. I got a bismuth crystal. And that is a beautiful, beautiful art piece of nature. Those who might not know, bismuth is an element, and unfortunately I do not know what its number is in the periodic table, but it's really interesting how you get these crystals is not by forming them or molding them in any way. You just have to heat the crystal, the material itself, and it will turn into a liquid. It will melt, and then as it cools down, it will start to crystallize in these beautiful shapes. It's fascinating. I know number 83. Wow, it's quite a big number. Let me see. Periodic table number 83 is indeed bismuth. Absolutely amazing. But what are you? What are you? It's right under phosphorus, arsenic, and antimony. Isn't that fascinating? So indeed you can buy these crystals. They are really nice. They have all the colors of the rainbow, and it's really easy to recognize them because they have these kind of unfinished square shapes, like an infinite staircase is how I always imagine them. They're really nice. I'm not sure how safe they are. I know you can buy the crystals, so I would say mostly. But check before you get one. Told ya? Yes! Oh no! No, not the angry one. I misclicked there. I have to stop using my numpad for numbers. I always forget. Told ya? Yes, and you were indeed correct. That doesn't get you a free nose booping, by the way. Just saying. So I tried to save with the key, that didn't do anything. Unlock the door. Get the fuse box. I think it's 2... No? It's random? So it's 1, 3, 2, no, 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's 1, 3, 4, 2, 5. Yay! I'm an electrician! Now stop booping or I'll boop you back. Too late, already ate one. I'm really not sure if that's safe. I mean, they are nice as decoration, but please don't eat random elements. Now, one of our favorite parts of this game, the disposal of the elderly. Quite disturbing. Even though I fear this is not necessarily only a fiction or a figment of someone's imagination. So let's try to save with the bloody meat. I kind of hope it will not give me a trophy. Okay, it didn't. Well. I gave you the meat. Now what do I... what do I do now? Kind of forgot. Now there is a room here, room 4. With a TV playing some really disturbing images. And I'm still wondering what that means, or if I have to do anything there, but I don't think. Also, I understand that you have to dispose of the disposables, but you don't have to mess up the carpet. You know, it's really difficult to get the blood out of it. Okay, so what's the next thing I have to do? I don't remember. I have the meat, but now I have to get the food. Oh, I just have to come back. Alright. Yes, thank you. Yes, here's the lovely nurse from Silent Hill. I mean, look at that. Look at that beautiful face. I would kiss it, but she's not in the mood. Food. Well, let's try to save the food. I don't think that makes much sense. Nah. Now I have to go here with the food. This is actually the wrong room. But after a quite long conversation, and I mean a long conversation, really long, we get a cowbell and we get a hanger. Why are those important? Good question, but we don't ask such questions here. We just try to get the trophy. So, can we save with the cowbell? I don't think so. Yep. Can I save with the hanger? Nah. Okay. Honestly, I'm not surprised. So here I can use the hanger on this TV. I should be able to, but maybe I have to first try to wake him up with the cowbell. Alright, that didn't work. Oh, I have to use it from this side. Silly me. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's important which side you do something. Even if you try to do the same thing, back and front, real big difference. Alright, so here we go with the cable. Alright, I have to ask the deceptionist for some assistance. Thank you. You know, I find it somewhat concerning that this is already past half of the game and I'm not closer to my trophy one bit. These people are treated like cattle. Yes. And that is a terrible truth. Actually, that's one thing that I really appreciate in this game and why I think it's a good idea for people to play it, because you see a glimpse into what it is like to become old and how old people are treated sometimes. And I especially like how Mrs. Goodwin talks to Price, because she's much older, she knows life much better, and she's trying to help Price in a way to understand this situation. For example, how she says that her time is closer to the end, but Price has a lot of time left, and he should live his own life when he feels guilty for his job, and invites Mrs. Goodwin to live with him because he was the one who took her home. And her dialogue is so nicely written that right away you know that she is not only aware of her situation, but she accepted it. And that's really difficult. That takes a lot of time for people. And okay, well, one of the elderly just fell. Janitor? Yeah, I think we will need the meat grinder again. Ah, he's gone. Never mind. My magical crystal tell me don't stop believing in your path to the achievement. So I certainly appreciate this game for this part, because not many games show that. In every game, players often get the role of a hero or a strong young character, and sometimes there are some older characters, but not often, and it's really nice to see developers show what awaits older mortals in a way. And maybe that's a sad idea, but it's the reality. And I still think that if you know how your life ends, or the fact that your life will end one day, you can make more out of it. because you are more aware that the time is limited and that it is valuable. But let's try to save with the flower. Now, it could be the one that gives the trophy, but let's be honest here. We stole this flower from a dead person, so I hope it won't. Okay, it didn't. My Bismuth says, be gay, do crime. Your Bismuth is an interesting character. But I not opposing the first part, because once again, gay used to mean, and it still, if you look at the definition, means happy. If you are gay, you are happy. So maybe all the haters, they are just envious. I'm young, but the cracking in my knees when I would try to crouch would still alarm the guards. Yes. I certainly know the feeling. My back hurts. But I am old, so that's different. But still, I really do believe that when someone is young, they don't necessarily understand the good parts of their existence, because they take it for granted. And I understand why. Because they don't have the comparison. And that makes sense. However, with old people, if you listen to old people, after a while you start to kind of find patterns that they always say, oh, back in the good days, how bad things turn out sometimes. And well, that partially it is nostalgia. That's fair. But if you see, health is something, even if you are healthy, as you get older, things don't work as they used to. Because the body, any creature's body, it's like a machine. It wears out. And mortals, well, they are not immortal. So I always look at it in a really, some would say, depressing way, that I try to make the most out of the time I have, even though I am partially immortal, but it doesn't mean that things don't change. I was depressed in my teens, doing way better in my 20s. But that's great. That's great. And I really, really find that to be nice. And I'm happy for you. And that can happen. So in no ways am I saying that things only get worse. What I mean is every age has its difficulties. And when it comes to the physical bodies, they mostly tend to get worn out with time. Again, you might start working out or doing sports later on in life, and you can get really fit and be in great shape. So you can always turn things around. But usually what I say, and something that is kind of lost in today's world, thank you, Nekio, for the redeem and stretch, and aren't you streaming? I guess he is. Thank you for dropping in. What I say is, every now and then, just stop for a moment and look around you, because people in today's world are so lost in all the things that are happening, and they forget to just enjoy the moment. And I know that sounds a bit questionable, but especially with the electronics and all that. Me? No, I'm not. Runs? No, you're coming back here. You're coming back here. I have to say bye now, meeting with a friend. That's great. Please have a wonderful time meeting your friend. I hope you will both have a wonderful day, and thank you once again for joining. I greatly appreciate that. So with phones and electronics and all that, people are constantly on the internet getting information, news, all that. And it's rare that someone just stops and puts everything down and really just gets a nice cup of tea or coffee or something and just sits down and looks at the sunset or something like that. Because it's really simple. And people say, well, I don't have time for that. And I understand how the world seemingly keeps spinning faster and faster. But it's not. People are changing the world, but their own world. The world itself is not changing much. And if you look around and try to see some nice things, you can find some nice things. And for me, that's when I stop for a moment and I say, well, let's open the dictionary and find a word or two, or start looking for something. Because normally I'm always doing a million things, and then when I finally hit that moment that, okay, I'm done with everything for the moment, for the next 2 minutes, and I say, all right, let's just enjoy that moment. And that's the thing, there's a big difference, let's say, with the hydrate redeem. There's a big difference if you just decide, okay, I will drink some because I need to drink something. Or you actually take a moment and you just take a sip and you enjoy the taste. And you say, you know what? I will take the extra 3 seconds and I will enjoy this moment. Because people, it's quite sad, most people eat because they have to. And they completely miss out on the flavors and the taste because they just rushing because they have to. And more in this world, I think what most people would need is to get the chance to slow down a bit. So let's see this conversation, because this is lovely. I brought you a flower. Who are you, Mrs. Goodwin? Ah, you shouldn't have. Thank you, dear. I'm delighted you came to see me. Of course, madam. I still feel horrible for taking over your home. I shouldn't have done that. Stop it, young man. You shouldn't blame yourself. Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin, that means a lot to me. But still, can I do something for you? Anything at all? Nah, I have no one. I just wanted to see a familiar face before I'm gone. Madam, you don't deserve this. I'm just spineless scallywag. But let me make this right. You could move to my place. I'll take care of you. It's not much, but anything beats this. Ah, you're such a polite young man. But I can't do that, dear. You have your own life and things to take care of. Me? I'm old. I won't be around for too long. Madam, don't say that. No, listen to me. Don't you blame yourself, young man. Besides, soon I will get to see my husband again. Madam, I will come to see you every week. You can always call me if you want to talk. Thank you. So, this is what I mean, that she was aware of her situation, and what is impossibly beautiful is that she still wanted to make sure that Price wouldn't blame himself for all that has happened. And that's such a selfless act. Now let's see what we can do. Oh yes, we can get high on mushrooms. Have you ever wanted to get high on mushrooms? Play Distraint. Here you can. I mean, that's one way to promote a game. Okay, I can't go there, right? Another sip. Wait, not sip. I guess another hit. Oh, come on. Alright, a blue piece from a painting. Well, let's try to save it. It wouldn't make much sense. Why the blue piece and not the other pieces? But I will have to run through this place quite a lot of times because there are, I do believe, 3 pieces of the painting. I took one. So let's try to get the second one. I think... Yeah, I was slow. One is here and one is even further. So instead of going to the left, I have to go to the right. Yes, I forgot that by now. Okay. That was interesting. I did not remember that. Even though I probably seen it before, because I certainly used this spot many times before. I was running around here so much. Okay, here. Here we are. And now we have to go out and run here. Wow. Look at that. Indeed, we have the next piece. It only has 2 pieces, maybe? But let's try the red one. Blue one. Red one. Nothing. Great. I think the door itself is somewhere here, so let's put these where they have to go. Oh, so there are indeed 3 pieces, but one is already there. Okay, here's another save point. But we have nothing to save. So, let's talk to this lovable asshole and figure out what he wants. Well, what he says is that he will trash this place if he doesn't get his farewell party. However, the band that was supposed to play here refuses because this gentleman is known for not paying for things. So let's go and save. I can save when high on mushrooms. Good to know. Good to know. That's the kind of knowledge you gather on my streams. I know, ever so useful. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I first have to check your trash and get the $5 bill out of it. Thank you. Now we can talk about business. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Don't forget, if you redeem a hydrate, you shall hydrate too. Okay, so we have a conversation here. And the point of it is that we have to figure out how to pay these gentlemen for this gig. Except we don't really want to spend money on it. So we get an idea. And that idea is that if we can call our boss, or bosses in a way, then maybe they can offer to hire the band for future jobs, and the price is that they pay or play this one as well. Now, let's try to save with the money. This would actually kind of make sense. No, it does not make sense apparently. So now we have to call our bosses. Okay, well, I have the money, so let's try to save here with the money. Since we have to save spots, no. Well, it could have made sense since actually every trophy in the game has an icon with a currency symbol on it. So saving money kind of makes sense. But apparently it wasn't this one. Why would anyone throw their money like that? Because they forgot to change their inventory. Okay, so that's the number of McDade, Burton and Moore. Or maybe Moore, I'm not sure. And here we find the most amazing character in this game, at least in my opinion. But first we need to get some mushrooms in our system, and here they are. For a phone call. I'm here to I'm here to make a phone call.
Wonderful. That would be $4, sir.
Here you go.
Thank you, sir. Recite me the number and I shall dial it for you, sir.
Here you go.
Thank you, sir. I will dial the number now.
Megdid, Bruton and Moore's office, Miss McCone speaking. How can I be of your assistance? Hey Jenny, this is Price calling. Could you please connect the call to one of the big guys? Of course, Mr. Price, 1 second.
Son! It's good to talk to you. How goes the job?
Hey Bruton, how goes it? Listen, there's this local band. You think I could hire them?
A band? Well, can they play a real music?
What kind of music is that?
Real music, not some hipster shit.
Any specific genre in your mind?
A blues. If they can play blues, then hire them.
Alright, thank you, Bruton. Okay, I'm finished. Thank you, Mr. Telephone Man.
Don't forget the change, sir.
Oh yeah, thanks. I want to make another phone call.
I'm sorry, sir. $1 won't quite cut it.
I'm here to make a phone call?
Wonderful. That would be $4, sir.
Oh. I don't have any money with me.
No phone call then. I'm sorry, sir.
There's also one additional dialogue in case you go to the telephone man before you look at the sign of the company with the phone number. In that case, Price doesn't know the phone number, and even if you have the money, which you can have, when you are asked to recite the number, Price will say, "Oh, I don't know the number," and so the conversation ends. That is a funny little secret thing, and there are many little secret conversations and reactions in the game. I quite like them, I have to say. However, I still don't have my trophy. So we have to go on and try to find it somehow. Now we have a coin. So we go and try to save with said coin. No. Not the coin. Though it concerns me a bit that yes, I can go here and try to save with the coin, right? I have the coin selected. However, if I'm around anything I can interact with, let's say that I go here, it shows the coin because I can interact with the slot machine using the coin. Actually, this is a bug, I think, that it still shows the coin, even though normally I don't think you can use it on the slot machine because it is broken if you are not under the influence of the mushrooms. So let's try to use the item and let's see what happens. I'd love to play it, but it's not operating. Oh no, you can. You can interact with it, my bad. Huh, it's an old slot machine. It doesn't seem to work. I thought it was a bug because I was standing right next to it while being high on mushrooms. I thought the coin just remained there and it would be a bug, but no. Once again, congratulations to the developer. They made an amazing job. So here, when I go near the save, I only get an exclamation mark, not the item's image that I'm holding. That's why I always have to double check if I have it selected, and that concerns me. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. That's the message that I feel like I'm getting here. But hopefully not, so let's try.
Come on, jackpot!
Look at that! I won!
A blues book?
What kind of machine is this? I'm not putting it back. I want it fair and square. Okay, can we save with the blues book? That would make no sense. Okay. The developer agrees. Huh. It's an old slot machine. It doesn't seem to work, even though I won just a moment ago. I'm curious, is there a different reaction if I try to return the book in this universe? Apparently not. Wow, it's on. No, I need a coin to play it. Well, yeah, I don't have that. Oh, come on, I was so close. Oh, wait, I need the blues book for other reasons, but first let's go back. I know it's an extra round of tries, but let's see if I can save here, because this is one of those rare instances where we have two save spots available, but seemingly the blues book is not what we need. Makes sense if you ask me. Makes sense. Now let's think for a moment. I have to give the blues book to the musicians, and I feel like that's pretty much it. That's the end of this part, and that is concerning. No. That's all you say? No. It's missing the piece I tore out earlier. Well, at least you are aware that you have done it, but still. No, that's all you can say. No, no, no. Okay, here's an offer. We gave them the blues book, and now they can play blues, because that's how it happens. You just need a book, and that's it. Look at those sweet dance moves. Yeah, Price can really get in the groove. That was awesome. Okay. Who's the girl or the long-haired character on the left in sunglasses, I wonder? What a party. Not a trophy-worthy party, unfortunately, but a party. I don't have an inventory here. There's the bunny! There's the bunny! Okay, do we have a secret save spot here or something? I love how Price just stands there looking at the edge of the screen and thinking like, wow, that's a nice wall there. It's pretty straight and white, and why the heck am I here and why am I staring at this corner? That's what happens if you are a trophy hunter. You start looking at weird things. But here we have the bunny. That makes me wonder if I should be able to do something here. Because, well, here we are walking around as prize, right? So it wouldn't make sense if we saved here. But it makes sense if you want to save the bunny. However, you only get to hold the bunny if you cross the door. And that's it, I can't go further. This is a conversation between Mrs. Goodwin and a lawyer, I think. And they are discussing who will inherit certain things. And this is Price in his pajamas, checking on his parents, killing his guilt-ridden zombie elephant. I mean, they are doing it in the kitchen, so you can't exactly be upset about it. Oh shit, I'm losing my mind. And it was supposed to be my day off. You know, that's always annoying. When you have your day off and you start going insane. Like, can that happen at any other time? Okay, get some coffee. And get the newspaper, I think. There is also an ongoing kind of joke in the game that you cannot make Price take a pee no matter what, because if you are trying to use a toilet in a strange place or a stranger's place, he will tell you that he prefers to pee home, and if you try to pee at home, he will tell you, and I quote, that he has a superb bladder and he can keep it for like 3 days. So I always thought the hidden trophy would be making him pee somehow, and so when there is a part you can drink a lot, I was thinking, oh, maybe that's it. But no, apparently making him pee is impossible. Yeah, I would prefer losing my mind during the work. Exactly. No, I'm ruining my day off. Absolutely not. Well, now we have a newspaper, and we know that in this newspaper Price learns about Mrs. Goodwin dying. So saving this newspaper would make sense. No. No, it's not this one. Okay, no, the coffee. If we save with the coffee, kinda makes sense. No, apparently not. It's like this game loves to torment me. Yes, the page for obituaries. So after this, we only have actually 2 parts of the game. Tormenting you? No, it's not the game. Are you implying that I am tormenting myself because I'm not looking at the guide? Which will be somewhat correct. But who doesn't like a good challenge? And what is a good challenge if it's too easy? No, I'm tormenting you. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Schmoozer thinks she can torment me. Nah. Nah. I'm an old, weathered monster. It's really difficult to torment me. So we can save here in the graveyard, but I have no item. And I guess he's the gravedigger. Difficult? Yes, yes. Impossible? No. Oh, of course not. Nothing is really impossible. You see, something is only impossible until someone does it. So don't feel like you can do something just because other people tell you, well, they couldn't do it. To a certain extent. Well, let's try to save the graveyard key. Yeah, that wouldn't have made much sense to me, to be perfectly honest. A perfect match, except that somehow Price is able to break the key into the lock, which I guess is an easy way for the developer to say that here's the reason why the key is discarded, but it could have been just he leaves the key in the lock. And here's this lady who is trying to break into a graveyard. I don't think I have ever heard such happening. With a crowbar, no less. Because the graveyard is closed and she wants to visit a grave. Now we have a crowbar. Do we need to save with the crowbar? Maybe that's a Half-Life reference. I don't know. To be perfectly honest, never played Half-Life. Correction. I played Half-Life before. Never finished it. I'm actually not even sure which one I played. Probably the second. Ah, look at that. So, let's try to save the crowbar. Yeah, that made no sense. Okay, let's try it again. No. Hey, here's a crowbar. What is this sound? Okay, so we can open this door with the crowbar. And this was something that took a long time for me to figure out, because holy moly, it's kinda hidden. But we get a wooden board. Now why would I need to save my game with a plank? I don't know. But let's try to save our German boner. That's not it either. Could have been interesting. Yes, this is logged, and I don't think you can even open it with the crowbar. There's nothing for me over there. It's interesting that, first of all, we cannot do anything to have that lady to get into the graveyard. We also send the gravedigger after her in a way, and if you go around you can see that they are arguing. But I couldn't figure out anything that you can do about it. The other thing, the crowbar is the only item that you don't discard. And it would make sense if I could save it. Nothing happens. So, we have this conversation here. Well, it's not really a conversation, more like the monologue of Price standing at Mrs. Goodwin's grave. What a line. May it light your path in the afterlife. What a beautiful line that is. Rest in peace, Mrs. Goodwin. Rest in peace. But no trophy. This is the last part of the game, so I'm either saving something here, and there is a save spot here, fair enough, or I completely misunderstood the hint, which I don't think, because I even asked for some confirmation from Schmoozer. So I will say that if I don't get this trophy, then I was led astray. And I would not appreciate that. Okay, so we talk to Jenny. Get the first item. The first item is a salt shaker. Try to save the salt shaker. No idea why. Don't even ask me, please. No. That wasn't it. So what we do with the salt shaker is we put the salt into the coffee. And then we tell Jenny that the coffee is salty. So she has to leave her desk, and then we can come in here and connect the cables, which is our way to listen to previous phone conversations that the bosses had with the 3 people whose homes we took away, and we learn how rude they are. Who was that? But that is not helpful to us with the trophy. The second one, I think, is our cup or coffee mug. Do we need to save our coffee mug? Now let's try. No. Now what we can do with the coffee mug, we can drink all of the water from this water machine, which is quite ridiculous. And this is the point where I thought I could get Price to go to the toilet, but it didn't work out. Also, the mug is removed just because we ran out of water. It's a water machine indeed. It's empty and I'm still thirsty. Just asking, did you really try to save all the items possible so far? That means I missed it, didn't I? Hey Jenny, I'm sorry to bother you again, but the water is not in the water machine and that kind of defeats the purpose. Let's try to finish here and then we check. Just checking, sure you are. Well, the only items I think I didn't save it were the 2 books in the beginning of the game, because there is no save point that I could access from there. Other than those, I think I tried with every possible item. Maybe not at every possible point, but even when, for example, I have 2 items when I was in the cabin and I took the matches, I tried to save with the matches and then I used the matches on the firewood. So I progressed in the story. I learned that I need kindling and then I got the kindling, and because I still had matches left, I tried to save those. And then I tried to save the kindling and then I went back and used them up to start a fire. But maybe I missed some of the steps here and there. I don't think, because the game is not that complicated. That's why I said possible items. I understand, but here's the thing with trophies. This is a fun part of it, is that what is possible? Maybe I say that the books are not possible to be brought to a save point. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just missed something. Maybe there is a way to take them out. And also, for example, in the cabin, there are 2 save spots. The outside tree has one, and then in the cabin there's one. In the toilet, in the bathroom. Does it matter which one I bring it to? Right? So it's a tricky thing, because you might say that something is impossible, and I know for a fact that sometimes I play a game and I feel like this is an impossible challenge, right? But maybe not. Nakio. You don't see it, but Price had no clothes on for a moment there. It's terrible, but Nakio, what are you doing? Aren't you streaming again? I mean, still. And also again, because he was streaming earlier today, playing Minecraft, I think. He's like a streaming machine, streaming all the time. Okay, so now I got a rag. Do I need to save a rag? No. Okay. Well, I do know I have to put the rag into the toilet. Well, it's not really a toilet. At least that's not how I would call it, but whatever. Also interesting, even though I throw a pipe in his stream for that. Yes, I thought Jenny would change the bottle. Interestingly, Jenny does not change the water bottle. Even though I had this idea that maybe she would change it and then Price could drink more of it, but again we lost the mug. What do you mean nothing interesting? Oh yes, I missed the conversation. I mean, now that I think about it, and that's something I don't remember every possible combination that I tried before. But I could take these items, the salt shaker, the mug and the rag to this window. I don't think it would work. I don't think it would do anything, but again, who knows? It could give an interesting line. The idea here is that you use the door as not the door, the window as a misdirection. You make it seem like something is happening outside, so the janitor goes there. You can turn off the phone of the janitor, and then Jenny can call the janitor, but his phone is turned off because reasons. And so we get, or Price gets behind the table again, and he can change what cables are there. After that, we can go here, run around, and get to the last office. And here's the problem. I don't think... Yes, I don't think there are any other items. Am I going the wrong way? Yes, I am. And I don't even think here you can save. Yes, there's nothing here. I remember that I looked around here before, so I don't think I missed anything. And this is the last door. So this is concerning. This is a party for Price. Celebrating his partnership. Megdade, Burton, Moore, and Price. Greed reared its ugly head, and my backbone snapped like a dry stick. Oh wait, do we have a save point here? I kind of forgot about this part. This is the epilogue. We jump into the future, or rather we jump into the present, because all that we have played through was Price telling his past to this young man who is working in a similar position as he once worked in, and Price is about to lose his home. And here's a save point, and we could save Price's life here, because he is about to commit suicide. He lost everything after he lost his job, or rather he stayed at the company, but slowly he felt more and more guilty because of what he was doing for a job, and I think he left the company, or he was fired, and somewhere along the line sometime he started drinking, and now he's facing losing his apartment, and so he decided to spend his last savings on a shotgun. And that scene that we see in the beginning of the game with the remains, I called it a creature when it was walking around, but we see it sitting in a chair. That pretty much is Price. It's a bit odd, but that is how he ends up. And we find the same suicide note: what comes around goes around. Fuck it. That we'll have to do. Now we get this if we inspect the body there. I don't think we get the actual piece of paper, so I couldn't have saved with that. But I can try to save with this. Would it make sense that you save with a suicide note? Not sure. Let's try. No. Okay. We're really running out of ideas here. The only other item remaining... Well, we do have the booze, but I think it's empty. The bottle is empty. No more whiskey for me. And here's the shotgun. I spent my last coin to buy this shotgun. I guess it's time to use it. Now, in a way, if the developer had to choose an item with which if you save, you can save Price's life, that could be the shotgun, since that is the item that takes it. So let's try. Nothing. That's everything. I think this is how the game ends. I can try to save with this again, now that I have the shotgun. That's it. And this is whom Price was talking to. And this is how the game ends. That's odd. That is indeed really quite odd. No, I think the credits are somewhat interactive, because as you move around with Mrs. Goodwin, the credits roll, so you can actually stop the credits, which I love, and you can actually read it, which is really nice. Some game credits are impossible to read because they move so quickly, and I understand it's a really long piece of text, but I would like to have an option to slow it down. And here's Mrs. Goodwin and possibly her husband. And that's the game. And no trophy. So I guess this is the point where I have to check what the trophy is. Because honestly, I think I tried mostly everything that I could think of. Last time when I played this game, I tried every combination, really, that I could think of. I wasn't even thinking about what makes sense, because previously I was trying to use logic. Last time I just used mathematics. If I have an item, how many things I can try to use it on? And I kind of used as many combinations as I could. And I couldn't get this one hidden trophy, which is okay. And then Schmoozer gave me this hint that you have to save an item, and I thought it would be go up to the first save point with an item, save, that's it. And I'm just silly that I never tried it, which might be true because I really never thought of that option. I even somewhat unconsciously chose an empty slot in my inventory whenever I inspected items. And I think I did the same thing with the save spots, just because I was like, that's the default way to go around and interact with the environment. And I never had this idea, oh, I could save something. Even though it's a fun idea that through the save system you can kind of show that you would like to do some good, that you would try to save something. Now here, I think I tried to save with pretty much anything that I could find. I don't think there are any items, or even just one item that I missed. I don't think there is an item in the game that is optional. At least I don't know about it, or I'm forgetting about it. So if it's not the books, or something even more specific, like you have to get an item and use it on a specific save spot. Even though I tried some of them, maybe I missed one. I can imagine that I didn't go out to the forest every time. In the third apartment, I walked back and forth between the two save spots just to check if, like, can I do something about it? And with some of the ideas that I have, like what could I save? I would want to save Mrs. Goodwin, but I can't carry Mrs. Goodwin to the save spot. I would like to save the fox. Well, I can't interact much with the fox. I even had the idea, could I bury the fox? It's impossible. Dreadist, oh, welcome in, Skaty. How are you doing today? So nice to see you. Welcome in. So, in this game, you're quite limited to what you can do, and I think the idea is that that was a choice made by the developers, so you can't turn it into a fairy tale. This is kind of a serious game that shows you that, yes, sometimes bad things happen. I can catch one of your lives finally. Thank you so much. I'm doing fine, a bit sick, but fine. Oh, are you still sick or are you sick again? Because I know you were sick previously. Poor armadillo can't catch a break. How about you? I'm doing somewhat fine. Exhausting myself to maybe a dangerous point, but I'm trying to survive. Sick again? Oh, you poor thing. You really can't catch a break. But I hope that you get well really soon, and I get to watch one of your streams. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily unfortunate, but for a while you were streaming, I do believe, Resident Evil 4, the remake, and as much as I wanted to watch your streams, I don't want to spoil that game for myself because I haven't played the remake yet. But I hope that I will get to watch you play something again. Oof, try to take care of yourself. Breaks are important. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, but hours spent live are important too. It's a demanding business, this is. I'm confused now. Uh-oh. The game confused Schmoozer. This is dangerous. Totally understandable. But I know that Silksong was released somewhat recently, and I saw you playing it. I hope you are enjoying it, because I heard a lot of good about Silksong. I haven't watched much of it because I honestly don't really even understand Hollow Knight. I only know tidbits from your streams, so I understand like a little bit, but I don't even know if Silksong is connected to Hollow Knight. I guess somehow, but I don't know, is it a prequel, it's a sequel, whatever it is. But I was thinking every time when I saw a video about a Silksong, I was thinking, yep, Skaty is hopefully enjoying it. Enjoying it very much, but it is hard. Yes, I heard that a lot of people say it's really hard. And it's interesting because Hollow Knight is not an easy game. So those people who played the first game and liked the first game, and so they purchased Silksong, if they are saying that it is hard, then I'm assuming it got harder than the first game. Because I understand there is such a thing as nostalgia, and if you play the first game enough, you get better and better at it. And so it can feel easier, but I don't think the games in the fundamental basics changed a lot. I guess just because the character changed, is still a platforming 2D game with similar controls. The devs definitely made it hard on purpose for fans to have fun with it. Yes, that's a sentence that game developers could look at and analyze for decades, I think. Like, how can we be nice to our gamers? Well, we could make the game even harder. Yes, that's a good idea. They will appreciate that. And they do! I do not recommend playing Silksong without playing Hollow Knight, because you would be thrown around and chewed out. Great! Well, I never played Hollow Knight, so I guess I am skipping Silksong for now. Nekio with the raid. Welcome in, raiders, and welcome in, Nekio. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. I am the Dreadist, a monster and researcher of horror, right now in utter confusion as I'm trying to get the platinum trophy of Distraint. Oh, you were playing Lost Soul Aside. Well, as always, if you need to raid and run, I do understand, but if you have a moment, please do share how was the game. And to all the wonderful raiders, the same obviously applies. If you need to go, please. The most important is to take care of yourselves, especially after a long stream. Get something to drink, to munch on. Maybe get up and rest your eyes after staring at the screen for too long. I certainly do know that feeling. I'm doing it right now. But everyone who decides to stay, please take a seat, enjoy the show, and let me see what's happening. We are right now talking about Silksong and how it is a step up in difficulty from the original Hollow Knight with our local Hollow Knight expert, Skady Desopus. She is a fellow VTuber and she knows more about Hollow Knight than anyone I know, and certainly more than me, because I don't know anything. Well, almost anything. Got to lurk, but I hope your stream going well. Of course, please get yourself a nice tea and rest a bit after your stream. Thank you once again for the raid. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. However, I do have one question, Skady, if you are still here, because with Hollow Knight, I always saw the character with the white kind of helmet and the horns, and I understand that it takes place in a kind of insect world. I think there are bugs and spiders and all that, but I never could really figure out if the Hollow Knight is supposed to be some sort of animal or not. And I feel the same way with the main character of Silksong, except I am faced with a concerning amount of fan art of her. You're not playing as a bug. Okay, so can I ask who's the main character of Silksong and what is she? Raider made a PowerPoint presentation just for fun about the Hollow Knight and Silksong lore. Oh, that's wonderful. I know that he plays Silksong. I didn't know that he's such a big fan. And you are right, Dreadist, both games are very similar, but it still has a lot of novelty to make it a fresh game. Now that's nice. And devs broke some stuff on purpose to make you have to learn to play again. Isn't that nice? I don't know how old Hollow Knight is. Let me take a peek. How old is Hollow Knight? Hollow Knight was released in 2017. That makes it an 8-year-old game. That is actually the same year that the first Little Nightmares was released. So that means the developers gave the players 8 years to master their skills in the first game, and then in the second game they said, you know what? Time to relearn everything. Yes. I'm starting to like these developers. Some characters are the children of the Pale King, Worm and Higher Being, the White Lady, kind of white nature deity, and filled with the Void, self-explanatory. Okay. It's the case for the Knight, the main character of Hollow Knight. The Hollow Knight and Hornet, alright, Hornet is her name. MC of Silksong, there's one or two more out there as well. Okay, so Hornet is isn't an insect, but some demigod higher being. Okay. Explaining the lore of Hollow Knight is the most complicated thing ever. You know why I love that? Because me as a kind of... I don't want to say like novice Hollow Knight player because I never played the game. But me not knowing much about the game, I would assume, incorrectly so it seems, that asking what a certain character is a simple question that can be answered with a simple sentence. Apparently no. And that's when you know that something is really, really complicated. It kind of reminds me of Bloodborne, how you ask something and the answer will be everything except what you asked about, because it's just too complicated. See, she's the child of the Pale King and the Weaver. Okay, so Hornet, by the way, Hornet is a kind of insect as far as I know, so okay, is the child of a worm and a spider. Ooh. I can already see that there were some wild nights in the woods. And a lot of characters were masked in Hollow Knight. It's kind of a mark of an intelligent, enlightened bug with consciousness, basically. Interesting. And how far along in the game are you? Or what do you think? How far along in the game are you? Because I honestly don't know anything about it. I would assume Silksong is at least as long as the original Hollow Knight, but I know from you how I think additional content was added to Hollow Knight, and even if you finish the story, you have all those secret and hidden bosses and all that, so I'm assuming Silksong will be no different. Her mom made a pact with the Pale King to have a kid to perpetuate her species in exchange of becoming a dreamer to contain the infection. Well, let's dissect that sentence. So her mom. Let's say that her mom is a spider-like creature, okay? Let's make it simple. Made a pact with the Pale King, who is this royalty, okay, to have a kid. Okay. Now we don't ask how that happened. You know, like, that's questionable right there. I'm having flashbacks from Greek mythology, how Zeus sometimes couldn't contain himself. But okay, so let's say that it was a nice kind of pact. To perpetuate her species, okay, so I guess she was kind of the leader of the spiders. In exchange of becoming a dreamer, okay, to contain the infection. So she could have a kid, and the price was that she would become a vessel to contain the infection. Wow! That's quite the price to pay. I mean, Act 2 out of 3, and Silksong is at least 3 times bigger than the previous game. 100% speedrun trophy is 10 hours in Hollow Knight, because, wait, Hollow Knight has a 100% speedrun trophy? With a time limit! This game was created for insane people. In Hollow Knight and 30 hours in Silksong. You know, the thing is, I felt kind of good when I was able to get the 1 hour speedrun trophy without dying in Little Nightmares. That was a nice feeling, you know. But if there is a game that tells you that completing a game 100% in 30 hours is a speedrun, how long is the game when you are not hauling ass? Like, you just start looking around in Silksong, 20 hours later you are still in the first act. Except you died like 20,000 times already. Everybody was dying from the mysterious infection, and the Pale King sealed it in the Hollow Knight, but to seal the Hollow Knight itself, 3 persons gave their lives and became dreamers. Dream dimension exists. Well, I mean, that's obvious. Like, I mean, who doesn't know that, right? I mean, it's like basics 101, like that. Why do I think that Silksong is also the kind of game where you play through the entire game, get 100%, you talk to anyone, you finish the game, you don't understand the bloody word of it, so you go on YouTube, watch 3-4 hour-long essays, and then you start understanding, or at least you think you start understanding what the game is about. Love these kind of games. I need to do a challenge where I do the 100% speedrun in Steel Soul, 1 life. I did half of it on my own before becoming a streamer. I want to do it on stream now. So that's in Hollow Knight. No, wait, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You say you need to do a challenge. Now, challenge is a tricky word, so let's not confuse things here. Is it a trophy/achievement? Is it a challenge in the game that gives you something? like a check mark? Or is it a challenge that some masochistic players who spent 4-digit hours in the game decided would be fun after they can kill the main boss with blindfolds on one hand without a controller? Yeah, you don't. You watch a video after the game indeed, because you don't get shit. I kind of recently watched a stream with a game that I knew of, but I never cared much about it. And so I watched the stream, I couldn't understand a word of it, and so I watched 3 different videos explaining the story, and what is beautiful is I still don't understand things about it. Really anything. But that's an exception. Personal challenge. Ooh, that's the worst. That's the worst. When it's not even peer pressure, it's your own insanity taking form. And I know that feeling. Basically 3 trophies at once in Steam. Now why I find that beautiful is in Resident Evil 7 I had this idea that because there are many achievements that require you to do a full run, I decided that I would try to minimize the number of runs. And so I had this idea, what if I do a run where I don't use medkits and I also don't open the item box more than 3 times. I think that were the 2 achievements. Maybe there was a third, I don't even remember. And I did the no healing part. It wasn't on such a high difficulty. But with opening the item box 3 times maximum, I kind of made a miscalculation. And there's a part in the game where you have to open an item box and put all your weapons down. That's part of the story. You can't get around it normally. Maybe there's a bug or a glitch. I don't use those. And when I finished that part, I got to the end of that sequence and there was the item box. In it all my weapons, and the game tells you, well, go and get your weapons. And then I had a moment of revelations. I can't open that box because that would be the 4th. Because I opened the box previously to get stronger weapons that you can unlock in previous runs. And I used those to not get hurt as much. And so there I was at the end of the game thinking, alright, fuck it, we are going without anything. So in the most enemy infested areas, I just ran through like a maniac. And I did the final boss fight without a fucking pistol. And I was just going towards the enemy and I was like, I will get to you, because if I get to you, I know there's a cutscene and I get a gun that I can kill you with. But getting to her without a gun was ridiculous. Let me see. This is considered an easy challenge in the Hollow Knight community. Yes, because they are insane. Those people are crazy. Yes, that's another word for it. People are making mods to make the last boss harder and impossible to beat. We are at the 5th iteration, I think, because I can imagine that modder be like, okay, I made this impossible. 2 days later, some insane hardcore Hollow Knight player posts a video, I've done it. And the modder is like, okay, the challenge is on. 2nd iteration, 3rd, 4th, fucking hell, 5th. No, you can't even use your weapon. Do it now. And someone will be like, hold my controller. Easy. What exactly was it? The game I couldn't understand recently is called Scorn. And why I couldn't understand it, because it doesn't tell you the story. It really does not. There isn't a story that you can piece together. And that's why it's kind of a game standing on its own, because in a way it's an art piece, and it's like going to a museum and looking at a painting, thinking like, what did the painter think about? No idea. Whatever you want it to mean. Exactly, efficiency, you get it. Sounds like a harem, by the way. Yes. I mean, the same can be done in many of the new Resident Evil games, because there are different ones for not heal, not use certain weapons, do it quickly enough. So many Japanese games are actually like that, because they like the replayability. Oh shoot, and then you get them back, so 2 openings. Yes, except I forgot that if I put down my guns, I would need to pick them up. And yes, I am crazy, and thank you. But it was the commitment that if I got to the ending of the game, I will do everything I can to finish it. It's exactly that. Love this community. Yes, I respect the communities who are really loving a game and they play it for years and years. For me, I never had a game where I would want to spend that much time in it. And also, I don't necessarily want to. So there are certain games when I even see people play it and enjoy it. I think how much time it would take, and I just don't start. So for example, Minecraft. I see a lot of people play Minecraft, but I know how much time it is. And I don't want to start a game that takes hundreds of hours. And with Hollow Knight, I guess you can finish the game in a reasonable amount of time and not do the community challenges. That's a different level, and that's what I always say, that not every part of a game is necessarily for everyone. So the highest difficulty in a game is often for really those people who really love the game and they want to push the mechanics to the absolute limit, and they enjoy that. And that's why I always say that if you play a game on easy difficulty, that's okay. And some people say, well, that's silly because you start on normal. But some games are difficult. Some people want to play it for the story. You don't have to make the experience terrible for yourself just to be good enough to be a gamer. I never really cared to be called a gamer. I just play games. To this day, I don't really understand what the idea of a gamer would be. But for me, it's enjoy the game in whatever form you want. And if you are crazy enough like me and you want the trophies, you will have to do some crazy things. Most of the times, the developers are nice enough that the highest difficulties, the most absurd challenges are not included in the trophies, which I appreciate. And then obviously, if you want to make the game more difficult for yourself, you can. You always have the option. Always have it. Go ahead. You can say you don't want to use the strong guns, you don't want to use skills, upgrades, whatever. And look, if you enjoy it, that's great. Oh, always wanted to try Scorn. Good luck. good luck. I will be honest here. When I originally saw, I love the art. I never got into the game. I don't have the game. I would play it one day, but I don't think I could play it on Twitch. That's one game. It doesn't necessarily break the rules, but I think in my style, if I really start talking about what the game might suggest in certain points, it would get a bit too risky. Completely understandable. I hate that sometimes. Indeed, love a game with multiple layers of difficulty and modders that want to make it even more. Yes, that's one of the parts of gaming that's only on PC, unfortunately, for those who play on consoles. That there's a community and they add more things, and I love that. And I'm actually really surprised that these days the modding community is much bigger and they work with many games, which is fascinating to me because originally I remember back in the day modding was Skyrim and a few other games, not many games had, mostly the Fallout, the Bethesda games, and some exceptions for old games, but not many mods, just maybe optimizations, and now so many games have mods. Yeah, shoot, I have to go soon. I always get carried away when I talk to you. It's always so fun. I'm really happy to hear that. But of course, I understand if you need to go. Well, you need to go. I certainly appreciate you taking the time to drop in and have this wonderful conversation. I love that modding became the norm. Yes, it is fun. It is fun that you get more and more mods for games, and the modders can add really interesting ideas to the games. And honestly, I was really surprised when Clair Obscur released, and I was reading about it, and it was pretty soon after the release of the game. And it mentioned that there are mods for it. And I was so surprised, like, the game just released, there are mods for it. And really interesting things like small details that players found annoying, or little graphical changes. For some games I saw optimization mods, or mods that can tune the graphics a bit down so the game can run better on lower end PCs, which is really nice because that means more people get to experience the game. Devs make it easier to mod now, it's just part of the culture now. I think that's one of the things. The other is the fact that more and more games use the same engine, being Unreal, and that way people who can work with one engine, they can somewhat quickly go between different games, because less and less companies and developer studios work with their own engine, which has its ups and downs. It's not necessarily a net positive, but that helps a lot with how modders can really quickly do wonderful things to even new games, because the framework is the same. So they already know, okay, if I'm looking for this will be here or there. And one part that really shows it is localizations, because to this day, not even close to all the world's languages are supported. There's like 10 languages that get support mostly, maybe 20 if the developers try to be really inclusive, but lots of them get left out. And if you're trying to localize something, back in the day it was nightmare. It was really difficult, especially with languages that use different alphabets, different symbols. It's not supported, it's getting messy, it's a lot of work. But nowadays, every game that uses Unreal, if you know someone who can take the game apart, they can give you all the text in the game on the day of the release. And people can start making fan translations for it. And it's the same process going back. They can make the same installers, test it the same way. And if it works in one game, there's a really good chance it will work pretty much in every game, which is really nice, because it will always be one of my nitpicks with publishers mostly, that I understand that there are languages that millions speak or billions speak, and there are languages that are smaller. Makes sense. But if you are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a game, I cannot believe that hiring a translation company to translate the game into maybe more than the bare minimum amount of languages, I think you could do it. And look, maybe you sell, I don't know, a few hundred copies in that country. That will probably bring back the price of the translation. But even if it doesn't, it's being inclusive. These are international, multi-billion-dollar companies. I think they can do it. And I don't know why to this day it's so problematic to do that. And I know for a fact that there are fan translations where people, full-on teams, worked on translating games and they could not get it into the official release. They made it for free and they still couldn't make it public. And then there are games where, multiplayer games mostly, where there's always the trouble of, oh, if I install the localization, I will get banned because I am modding the game. And it's like, I wouldn't need to mod the game if you were ever so nice and include this language. So that's one of the parts of modding support that I really hope will get the necessary treatment of just include a folder in the game where you can just dump in the TXT for the text and that's it. And there's no trouble, there's no problems with, oh, it's a mod, it's a crack or something like that. They have the money, yes. I'm not saying they should waste the money, because I already think the budgets of modern games are way too high. But I would love to see if these parts would get some attention. Yes, inclusivity. That's what I like. I have to roll, my dear Dreadist. I hope to see you soon. Have fun on the rest of your stream. Thank you so much. And no, I did not forget about Schmoozer saying that I shouldn't be mad, but seems like her crystal ball is broken. Meaning, I think that there is a chance that Schmoozer may or may not have led me a tad bit astray with this trophy. Which is alright, because look, I only spent an entire stream and a playthrough on picking up every item that I could and trying to save with them in my hand. Which might have been possible to prevent if I got the right information. So, what I will do now, because this is the point where I don't want to replay the game a million times to bore my viewers, I will look at the description of the trophy. I will not look at the guide, but I will use that to maybe figure out what is the real requirement, and depending on what that is, I will possibly go and look for a schmoozer for answers. So let's see. The long vogue. Try to use any item with a sign. A sign. What is a sign? I mean, yes, the sign could be the save spot, but it's apparently not. The long walk. Sign. Huh. But what is a sign? Well, let's see. A sign. It says any, so it's not a specific one. But if I think about the word sign, I'm thinking about like a traffic sign. I don't think we have traffic signs in this game. Or a sign with directions, maybe. That there is the map in the graveyard. There's no sign here, so we don't have to worry about this. Let's think about this. Now, why this is interesting is because that would mean I have to use an item on something that you normally wouldn't interact with. At least that's my idea, because if I could interact with something, I would have already tried some combination with any of the items that I had. So I feel like maybe we are thinking about some other kinds of signs. Sign. Well, a sign can be something else as well, right? Because sometimes people say that's a sign of something, right? It's like a message. And here, the game calls it a save spot. not a save sign. Even though, yes, it shows an A. What the heck is that? I better not. What? What was that? I don't think he needs ice? I don't even have ice. Okay, I think the game got a bit bugged there. Okay, sign. Well, let's get the ice, because that's the only item I can have here. Let's use it on a sign. Yes, I know. I know what the tutorial is about. Can I move on? Thank you. I need a sign. But a sign can be someone's name on a door, right? Or the sign could be what is written in the corner here. Now I have the ice cube now. But if I go through a door, even if I hold it up, it doesn't do anything because that door is locked with the key. The other door, I only get the exclamation mark. But that would mean I need to interact with something that doesn't show that you could interact with it. So the little ice cube symbol or icon wouldn't appear in front of, or well, in front of the item or above Price's head. So for example here, I see that I can use the item here, but if I'm just walking around and pressing the use button all the time, nothing happens. So I guess this would be a hidden item that you can interact with, but it says a sign, not the sign, suggesting that there are multiple of them. I actually don't remember ever using this key on this bookshelf, but it says no secret passage here, which is nice. So yes, here I can go back. Now it's empty. Found a horror book, and if I just go around, keep pressing the buttons, or the use button, it just uses it on everything, as expected. If I try to go back, it just tells me I'm not going back, even if I'm holding the book. So again, if the exclamation mark appears above Price's head, you can't use the item. Now, for example, there is the sign behind Negded, Britain and more, right? That's a sign, or kind of the logo. But I don't have any item to use on it. I have to use everything to get here, and I can't pick up anything as far as I know to use there. So that's not happening. But hey, I will figure it out. We know we need to find a sign. But I need an item, any item, so I'm not looking for a specific one. At this point, I'm curious about two things. One, will I figure out this trophy today? And two, how much trouble is Schmoozer in? We hopefully will get our answers soon. Now, let's take a sip. And let's look for a sign. No sign here, at least I don't think so. Yes, I need coffee. Well, no, I have the coffee pot, right? Again, nothing. I can't use an item while the inventory is out. That's impossible. Interesting, for example, here in the front door, or at the front door, you cannot use the item because you get the exclamation mark. Sign. What kind of sign are we looking for? Well, two things are possible. It's bugged, which I don't think so. Or it's something else. It's not a save sign. Even though I still don't understand why it says A, to be perfectly honest. Okay. What do I have to do again here? Need to be patient. Fair enough. Oh, I need to change my clothes. Okay, change my clothes. Need my coffee first. But figure out what you want. Alright, you want to watch the telly, right? I always forget about something. Sign. Oh no, no, I didn't want to go there. Okay, a bit of a delusional episode happens to the best of us, right? Okay, okay, yes, yes, enough. We are speedrunning this trophy. Who knows what's going on? At this point, I'm not even really trying to understand it. Okay, sign. I really hope it's not at the end of the game, but I will get there. I will get there one way or another. I give it. Well, this is a sign. No trespassers. Okay, let's try to use the item on that. That's true. I don't think I ever tried that. There it is, but it's logged. Here's the conversation. And here is the key. Will this key open the sign? I'm not sure how many signs there are in the game. I would assume not many. And it's kind of true that I never tried possibly to interact with this one, especially because it's so out of the way. One in the graveyard is closer. And it kind of makes sense that it is called the Long Walk with the trophy. So let's see. You walked all the way back here to try that? Please, I have short legs. The Long Walk. And the Platinum Distraint. Fair enough. I did not think of that. But that's a fun one. I have to give it to the developer. That's a fun idea that somehow avoided me throughout all of my playing. Even though it was, once again, using the same idea. Try to use an item on something in the environment. But somehow I forgot about this sign. Now, are there other signs in the game? Good question. I will look at the guide now and see, but that has been it. Who would have thought this is what we need to do? And I guess with that, there is no exiting out of this game. So we are trying our best to exit here. Let's see. The Long Walk. Try to use any item with a sign. What an idea. Platinum Distraint. Get all other trophies. That is lovely. That is lovely. And with this, we finished Distraint. We got all of the trophies, including the platinum. I'm sorry, don't worry about it. I don't think you tried to trick me willingly, or at least I hope so. But hey, this was an interesting experience. I honestly don't know how many times I played through the game, as I mentioned. I have no reasons to do so. Yes. But let me see what the quote tells us. If you feel untouchable, you will be touched quite a lot. I guess we can interpret that as if you wanted to trick me, then you can try to hide and run, but I will catch you. And indeed we got the platinum trophy of Distraint with a bit of help, certainly, but hey, sometimes the pesky trophies can avoid me for a bit too long. But that was fun, and thank you, Schmoozer, for trying to help. I can understand why a sign would bring up the image of the safe spots, because it is kind of a sign, so it makes sense. And it's a bit misleading to me right now how it says any item on a sign. Once again, meaning there are multiple signs, and I can't quite remember how many signs are in the game. But hey, it only took me, let me see, 10 months and 2 weeks to get the platinum of this game. Once again, I like to take my time. But let's see what the trophies tell me. Or the guide tells me. Let me see. When he asks you to build a fire in his home, but before you actually create the fire, take the firewood from outside the house, walk left past the building until you find the no trespassing sign. Use the firewood on the sign and the trophy will unlock. But that would imply that the trophy is worded this way not because there are necessarily multiple signs, but to make it more ambiguous, which is tricky, but makes sense. What's the use in rushing things when a being like you lives long? Good question. But as a being who lives long, I also know it's important with whom you spend that time with. And that changes if those long years are pleasant or miserable. But indeed, this was a fun one. I'm happy that I figured out many of the trophies, because once again, some are obvious and unmissable, but trying to get the water for the coffee from the toilet was just a really fun one for me. Figuring out the gasoline one with the dog was one of the last ones. Talking to the cleaning lady was really just look around at every time. Try to cheer up the depressed dancer. I still don't fully understand that. Because yes, I go there and I think I have to offer money, but that's kind of odd. Trying to give the flower to the nurse, I still feel like one of the funniest ones because of the name "A Flower to You, Beautiful," when I still say that the nurse kind of looks like she came from Silent Hill. No, for me, that's beautiful. It is true. The nurses in Silent Hill are absolutely beautiful. But to most, questionable. Are the trophy symbols are all currencies? Indeed, I do believe they are, even though I don't know all of them. But some I do recognize. And try to use any item with a sign. It's interesting that in many points, even in this game, I thought about going the wrong way, right? Because of Limbo. That game has a trophy to go the wrong way. And so even here, whenever, let's say I start on the left and I have to go to the right, I have this habit of, let's start walking to the left. Because most people would miss it, right? And here, I didn't go back because I was already there, right? It's funny because I'm sure I walked past that every single time. There's no way to miss it. And I'm sure I read it at least once, maybe in the first playthrough. But I never got the idea that, hey, I could use an item on that. Even though, again, last stream I really felt like I tried every single combination. But this is just out there. And I was focusing on the parts of the game that you need to progress, right? Let's say I looked at a door and I knew I need to use a key on the door. So I said, what if I use something else? And that's what I did with all of them pretty much. I tried to use the wrong object on things. And that worked with many of them. Actually, if you think about it, when you are looking for water, you have to use the item on the wrong environmental element. But there you know you are looking for water, you just try it everywhere. With the dog, you have to offer something to the dog, you are just offering the wrong thing here. Talking to the cleaning lady is more like not miss out on it. Cheering up the depressed dancer is an interesting one because that's similar. You can talk to the dancer. You don't have to give him anything to progress in the story. However, you can try. And why did I try? Because he was there. So I saw, hey, he's here. Let's see what we can do. Maybe we can give him something. Maybe he will say something interesting. So I was aware that he was there. Trying to give the flower to the nurse was, you have to call the nurse, because that's how you progress again. But then it was more like, okay, I have a rose, let's try it on everything. Which is, again, could have helped me with this trophy. Because what do you have to do here? Well, you get an item and you have to use it on everything. Except, I'm pretty sure last time I even tried to use the key on the firewood next to the house. I used it on the door, which is obviously where you have to use it. I even probably tried to use it on the person who gave it to us, to give it back, and they probably said, hey, you kind of need that. But I forgot that there is the sign. And even though that I went back to the save point, which is kind of back, but not as far. So you don't see the sign if you go to the tree. It's not like a reminder. You can miss it. But I didn't think about that. And that's the beauty of it. That was a really clever choice from the developer. That they put something there which makes sense. It fits the environment. It also gives the message of no trespassing. Building the story a bit, how this person doesn't really want to be bothered. And yet, I forgot that it's there. And when I got an item later on, I didn't think, well, I could go back. You could. And that's brilliant. That it's there. You even read it. But then you move on, you forget, you do what the game tells you to do and try to play. And that's really clever. As they say, the devil is in the details, and as I like to say it, I'm in the devil and I'm in the details with the devil. Listen what Jenny has to say about the prank. That's also an interesting one, because that's following her. I do believe it was. Yes. When you are doing the pranks at the end of the game, you have to follow her. So that's like the cleaning lady. You have to look around to get that. That's not using an item, that's just finding her and doing the interaction. But that's really clever how this game is built up, and just like with Limbo, as I mentioned, how now the question is it possible to get all the trophies in one run? Let me think. So with Limbo, I learned that if the game tells you to go right, then go left. With this game, I learned if something is out of sight, it is still there. And in a way, as much as it slightly annoys me that I miss this trophy, it teaches something, and that's nice. You learn something. Let me see. Take over the property, you do that. Find water to make coffee, you have to do that. Create fire, take over the property. Yes, you all get that. That's unmissable. Try taking water for the coffee. You can do that before you get the normal water. You have to start with the toilet, and then you can get this one as well. Get the electricity back on, that's unmissable. Try to offer the dog some gasoline. Yes, you can do that. The only thing is you have to offer the gasoline to the dog before you pour it into the quote-unquote compressor. I still think that's a generator. And then you have to get the glove. Win the jackpot is needed because that's where you get the blues book. Take over the property of Mr. Jones, that's needed. Visit the grave, that's unmissable. Complete the game, well, that's kind of obvious. Talk to the cleaning lady, you can do that. All you have to do is, after reaching a certain point, you have to go back to the main hall of the nursing home. I don't know when it is exactly. I know you go to the basement, talk to the janitor, turn the lights on, you go back, you see that he's grinding someone up. You take the meat, you bring it to the chef. Then the chef will cook something. Then sometime around that, if you go back to the main hall, you will see the janitor dragging a body out in a bag, and everything is getting bloody. I actually did that this last playthrough. And then I guess you get the meal from the chef, and either then, I think then, if you go back to the main hall, you find the cleaning lady cleaning up the blood. And then you go to one of the old lady who lives there, give her the meal. You get the cowbell, and then you can go to the reception or deception to call the nurse. So if you're careful and you really look around, yeah, you can get this one too. Try to cheer up the depressed dancer. You can do that. You just have to talk to him and maybe offer him money. I'm not sure what was the exact requirement. I can check the image, maybe that shows it. Yes, I think you have to offer money. It might work with the $5 bill and the coin as well. I'm not sure. Try giving the flower to the nurse. That you can do as well. All you have to do once you get the flower, instead of going right to Mrs. Goodwin, you go to the nurse. Listen to what Jenny has to say about the prank. You can also do that. You have to follow Jenny after the first prank when you put salt in the coffee. You have to follow her, talk to her, you get this trophy, and then you go back to the desk and you can still work with the cables. So it does not affect the normal route at all. The long walk, you can do that, just use any item on the sign, really. And you are free to move around. So it's not like the game soft locks you, or once you enter the house you can't get out. I don't think so. So you can use the key, you can use the firewood as the guide mentioned, but I guess you can use any item from the house. So you can use the, well, depending if you can always go back, but you could use the kindling, the matches, later on the gasoline, the glove, anything you find in the house you can probably use there. And the platinum, yes, you can get the platinum in one run, indeed. It would be really tricky because, as I said, at least for me, it helps to unlock some trophies to start to understand what the system of the game is, what the trophies mostly require you to do, and here I was doing that as well, and it worked to some degree. So I accurately guessed that I wouldn't need to speedrun the game or do it without dying or without saving. It's more about finding these little hidden parts and responses from characters, including Price, because whenever you are interacting with something, he says something. And I guess that's a clever thing. Again, the developer hid these little responses and little jokes in the game that normally you would miss, because I missed pretty much all of them. Because if you do what the logical next step is, you will most likely miss them. You always have to stray away from what you really need to do and say, hey, what happens if I do this? Or I go somewhere. And that's a really clever use of trophies, because what the developer did, they knew there are these little hidden things. Let's highlight them with the trophies. And so if someone cares, even like I did, and try to look for them or look at the guide, when you walk through the game, you will see this and you will get a richer and fuller experience. And I think that's really good. So I absolutely applaud this developer. And if you want to watch me play the second Distraint, because there is indeed a second game by the same developer, you can help me and support me through my Tron page. It's right there. I think I updated the price. It was recently lowered. It's almost €3 now. So if you want to watch me play through Distraint 2 and look for the trophies there, you can. But overall, this was a lovely experience. Unfortunately, I didn't figure it out myself fully, but hey, that's how it is. That's how things are. Sometimes things meant to happen differently. But overall, as I said, the devil is in the details indeed, and this time I slipped over this detail. And to correct myself, I'm not in the devil, because there is this saying that a wolf in sheep's clothing, but again, I'm a fox. But I am certainly in the details with the devil, sometimes lurking in the shadows and looking around. Oh, look at that. That's a cute emoticon. Oh, Lonely's emoticon. It looked similar or familiar to me. Well, that's it for today. Would you believe that I thought the games that I chose for this week wouldn't cover full streams. So Monday I played the demo of Little Nightmares 3, and so I thought, okay, that's like 20 minutes, and then we will play Killing Floor 2. Well, we didn't. And then I said, okay, I'll just go back to Distraint, and then I quickly get the trophy. I mean, Schmoozer told me what to do. I just pick up the first item and save it, and we're good to go. Well, no. So we didn't play Killing Floor, and Friday I will be playing Doom 3 to look for secret levels, and I have a feeling that we will not be playing Killing Floor 2 again. But that's alright, we got the platinum, and I had a lovely conversation with all of the wonderful viewers of mine, so I would like to once again thank Schmoozer and Zev and Good for joining me. And obviously, Skady. No Killing the Floors this week. Apparently we are taking a break. And also thanks to Nekio for the raid, and let me not forget, thanks to Schmoozer for the gift subscription. And with all of your help I was able to unlock a new emoticon. And I think that really nicely summarizes how I was looking for the missing trophy in this game. Abso-fucking-lutely lost. But hey, sometimes that's what happens. So let's look for someone to raid, because we need to. Almost 5 hours, yay, indeed. Well, I didn't want to finish by completing the playthrough of the game and then realizing, hey, I still don't have the trophy. Something is not alright here. Let me see. Ooh, there are so many people playing here. Well, Skady is actually playing Blue Prince, which I do believe is a puzzle game. Both of us were absolutely lost. You know I love puns, and I love you for them. So today we are raiding Skady, who was here before, and hopefully she is at least a bit lost in the confusing world of Blue Prince, which is once again a puzzle game that recently released, I think. So let's please give Skady a few encouraging words, because she seems slightly frustrated. And I will be back on Friday with Doom 2, and hopefully we will be able to finish that game as well. Not with the trophies, but with the secret levels, so I can check another game off of my list, and I need new games. I will certainly need new games soon. So don't forget to join my Discord if you have any game suggestions. Have a good rest. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for joining me today. You certainly deserve that gift box next to your name. You are indeed a gift. So thank you. Have a great day. And as always, good night.